Section 17 of Handbook of Home Rule. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Handbook of Home Rule, being articles on the Irish question. The Unionist Case for Home Rule by R. Barry O'Brien, Part 3. Mr. Goldwin Smith. None of the recent opponents of Home Rule have written against that policy with more brilliance and epigrammatic keenness than Mr. Goldwin Smith. But no one has stated with more force the facts and considerations which, operating on men's mind for years past, have made the Liberal party Home Rulers now. His coup d'oeil remains the most pointed indictment ever drawn from the historical annals of Ireland against the English methods of governing that country. 20 years ago he anticipated the advice recently given by Mr. Gladstone. In 1867 he wrote, "I have myself sought and found in the study of Irish history the explanation of the paradox that a people with so many gifts, so amiable, naturally so submissive to rulers, and everywhere but in their own country industrious, are in their own country bywords of idleness, lawlessness, disaffection, and agrarian crime." He explains the paradox thus: "But it is difficult to distinguish the faults of the Irish from their misfortunes. It has been well said of their past industrial character and history, we were reckless, ignorant, improvident, drunken, and idle. We were idle, for we had nothing to do. We were reckless, for we had no hope. We were ignorant, for learning was denied us. We were improvident, for we had no future. We were drunken, for we sought to forget our misery. That time has passed away forever." No part of this defense is probably more true than that which connects the drunkenness of the Irish people with their misery. Drunkenness is, generally speaking, the vice of despair, and it springs from the despair of the Irish peasant as rankly as from that of his English fellow. The sums of money which have lately been transmitted by Irish emigrants to their friends in Ireland seem a conclusive answer to much loose denunciation of the national character, both in a moral and an industrial point of view. There seems no good reason for believing that the Irish Celts are averse to labor, provided they be placed as people of all races require to be placed, for 2 or 3 generations in circumstances favorable to industry. He shows that the Irish have not been so placed. Still more does justice require that allowance should be made on historical grounds for the failings of the Irish people. If they are wanting in industry, in regard for the rights of property, in reverence for the law, history furnishes a full explanation of their defects, without supposing in them any inherent depravity or even any inherent weakness. They have never had the advantage of the training through which other nations have passed in their gradual rise from barbarism to civilization. The progress of the Irish people was arrested at almost a primitive stage, and a series of calamities, following close upon each other, have prevented it from ever fairly resuming its course. The pressure of overwhelming misery has now been reduced. Government has become mild and just. The civilizing agency of education has been introduced. The upper classes are rapidly returning to their duty, and the natural effect is at once seen in the improved character of the people. Statesmen are bound to be well acquainted with the historical sources of the evil with which they have to deal, especially when those evils are of such a nature as, at first aspect, to imply depravity in a nation. There are still speakers and writers who seem to think that the Irish are incurably vicious, because the accumulated effects of so many centuries cannot be removed at once by a wave of the legislator's wand. Some still believe, or affect to believe, that the very air of the island is destructive of the characters and understandings of all who breathe it. Elsewhere he adds, referring to the new land system, how many centuries of a wide, different training have the English people gone through in order to acquire their boasted love of law? Of the training through which the Irish went, he says, the existing settlement of land in Ireland, whether dating from the confiscations of the Stuarts or from those of Cromwell, rests on a proscription 3 or 4 times as long as that on which the settlement of land rests over a considerable part of France. It may therefore be considered as placed upon discussion in the estimation of all sane men, and this being the case, it is safe to observe that no inherent want of respect for property is shown by the Irish people if a proprietorship which had its origin within historical memory in flagrant wrong is less sacred in their eyes than it would be if it had its origins in immemorial right. The character which he gives of Irish landlordism deserves to be quoted. The Cromwellian landowners soon lost their religious character, while they retained all the hardness of the fanatic and the feelings of Puritan conquerors toward a conquered Catholic people. "I have eaten with them," said one, "drunk with them, fought with them, but I never prayed with them." Their descendants became probably the very worst upper class with which a country was ever afflicted. The habits of the Irish gentry grew beyond measure brutal and reckless, and the coarseness of their debaucheries would have disgusted the crew of Comus. Their drunkenness, their blasphemy, their ferocious duelling, left the squires of England far behind. If there was a grotesque side to their vices, which mingles laughter with our reprobation, this did not render their influence less pestilent to the community of which the motive of destiny had made them social chiefs. Fortunately, their recklessness was sure in the end to work, to a certain extent, its own cure, and in the background of their swinish and uproarious drinking bouts, the Encumbered Estates Act rises to our view. Mr. Goldwin Smith deals with agrarian crime thus: the atrocities perpetrated by the white boys, especially in the earlier period of agrarianism, for they afterwards grew somewhat less inhumane, are such to make the flesh creep. No language can be too strong in speaking of the horrors of such a state of society, but it would be unjust to confound those agrarian conspiracies with ordinary crime, or to suppose that they imply a propensity to ordinary crime either on the part of those who commit them or on the part of the people who connive at and favor their commission. In the districts where agrarian conspiracy and outrage were most rife, the number of ordinary crimes was very small. In Munster, in 1833, out of 973 crimes, 627 were white boy, or agrarian, and even of the remainder, many, being crimes of violence, were probably committed from the same motive. In plain truth, the secret tribunals which administered the white boy code were to the people the organs of a wild law of social morality by which, on the whole, the interest of the peasant was protected. They were not regular tribunals, neither were the secret tribunals of Germany in the Middle Ages, the existence of which, and the submission of the people to their jurisdiction, implied the presence of much violence, but not of much depravity, considering the wildness of the times. The white boys found in their favor already existing a general and settled hatred of the law among the great body of the peasantry. We have seen how much the law, and the ministers of the law, had done to deserve the peasant's love. We have seen, too, in what successive guises property had presented itself to his mind. first as open rapine, then as robbery carried out on through the roguish technicalities of an alien code, finally as legalized in systematic oppression. Was it possible that he should have formed so affectionate a reverence either for law or property as would be proof against the pressure of starvation? A people cannot be expected to love and reverence oppression, because it is consigned to the statute book and called law. These extracts are taken from Irish History and Irish Character, which was published in 1861. But in 1867, Mr. Goldwin Smith wrote a series of letters to the Daily News, which were republished in 1868 under the title of The Irish Question. And these letters form perhaps the most statesmanlike and far-seeing pronouncement that has ever been made on the Irish difficulty. In the preface, Mr. Goldwin Smith begins, "The Irish legislation of the last 40 years, notwithstanding the adoption of some remedial measures, has failed through the indifference of Parliament to the sentiments of Irishmen, and the hardness of English public opinion has embittered the effects on Irish feeling of the indifference of Parliament. Occasionally, a serious effort has been made by an English statesman to induce Parliament to approach Irish questions in that spirit of sympathy and with that anxious desire to be just, without which a Parliament in London cannot legislate wisely for Ireland. Such efforts have hitherto met with no response. Is it too much to hope that it will be otherwise in the year now coming? The only comment I shall make on these words is they were penned more than half a century after Mr. Pitt's Union, which was to shower down blessings on the Irish people. Mr. Goldwin Smith's first letter was written on the 23rd of November, 1867, the day of the execution of the Fenians Allen, Larkin, and O'Brien. He says, "There can be no doubt, I apprehend, that the Irish difficulty has entered on a new phase, and that the Irish disaffection has, to repeat an expression which I heard used in Ireland, come fairly into a line with the other discontented nationalities of Europe. Active Fenianism probably pervades only the lowest class. Passive sympathy, which the success of the movement would at once convert into active cooperation, extends, it is to be feared, a good deal higher. England has ruin before her unless she can hit on a remedy and overcome any obstacles of class interest or of national pride which would prevent its application. The part of Russia and Poland, or of Austria and Italy, a part cruel, hateful, demoralizing, contrary to all our high principles and professions, and fraught with dangers to our own freedom. Our positions will be worse than that of Russia in this respect, that while her Poland is only a province, our Fenianism is an element pervading every city of the United Kingdom in which Irish abound, and allying itself with kindred misery, discontent, and disorder. Wretchedness, the result of misgovernment, has caused the Irish people to multiply with the recklessness of despair. And now here are their avenging hosts in the midst of us. Here is the poison of their disaffection running through every member of our social frame. Not only so, but the same wretchedness has sent millions of emigrants to form an Irish nation in the United States, where the Irish are a great political power, swaying by their votes the councils of the American Republic, and in immediate contact with those transatlantic possessions of England, the retention of which it is now patriotic to applaud, and will one day be patriotic to have dissuaded. That Ireland is not at this moment, materially speaking, in a particularly suffering state, but on the contrary, the farmers are rather prosperous, and wages, even when allowance is made for the rise in the price of provisions, considerably higher than they were, only adds to the significance of the widespread disaffection. The Fenian movement is not religious, nor radically economical, although no doubt it has in it a socialist element, but national, and the remedy for it must be one which cures national discontent. This is the great truth which the English people have to lay to heart. Mr. Goldwin Smith then dispels the notion that the Irish question is a religious one. When Fenianism first appeared, the Orangemen, in accordance with their fixed idea, ascribed it to the priests. They were undeceived, I was told, by seeing a priest run away from the Fenians in fear of his life. Neither was it a question of the land. The land question, no doubt, lies nearer to the heart of the matter, and it is the great key to Irish history in the past. But I do not believe that even this is fundamental. He then states what is fundamental. The real root of the disaffection which exhibits itself at present in the guise of Fenianism, and which has been suddenly kindled into flame by the arming of the Irish in the American Civil War, but which existed before in a nameless and smouldering state, is, as I believe, the want of national institutions, of a national capital, of any objects of national reverence and attachment, and consequently of anything deserving to be called national life. The English crown and Parliament the Irish have never learnt, nor have they had any chance of learning to love or to regard as national, notwithstanding the share which was given them, too late, in the representation. The greatness of England is nothing to them. Her history is nothing, or worse. The success of Irishmen in London consoles the Irish in Ireland no more than the success of Italian adventurers in foreign countries, which was very remarkable, consoled the Italian people. The drawing off of Irish talent, in fact, turns to an additional grievance in their mind. Dublin is a modern Tara, a metropolis from which the glory has departed, and the viceroyalty, though it pleases some of the tradesmen, fails altogether to satisfy the people. In Ireland we can make no appeal to patriotism. We can have no patriotic sentiments in our school books, no patriotic emblems in our schools, because in Ireland everything patriotic is rebellious. These were the words uttered in my hearing, not by a complaining demagogue, but by a desponding statesman. They seem to me pregnant with fatal truths. If the craving for national institutions, and the disaffection bred in this void of the Irish people's heart, seem to us irrational and even insane, in the absence of any more substantial grievance, we ought to ask ourselves what would become of our own patriotism if we had no national institutions, no objects of national loyalty and reverence. Even though we might be pretty well governed, at least in intention, by neighboring people whom we regarded as aliens, and who in fact regarded us pretty much in the same light. Let us first judge ourselves fairly, and then judge the Irish, remembering always that they are more imaginative and sentimental, and need some center of national feeling and affection more than ourselves. And all of this was written 67 years after the Union of 1800. Mr. Goldwin Smith then deals with the subject of the Irish and Scotch unions, much in the same way as Mr. Lecky. The incorporation of the Scotch nation with the English, being conducted on the right principles of the great Whig statesman of Anne, has been perfectly successful. The attempt to incorporate the Irish nation with the English and Scotch, the success of which would have been, if possible, a still greater blessing, being conducted by very different people and on very different principles, has unhappily failed. What might have been the result if even the Hanoverian sovereigns had done the personal duty to their Irish kingdom, which they have unfortunately neglected, it is now too late to inquire. The Irish Union has missed its port, and in order to reach it, we'll have to tack again. We may hold down a dependency, of course, by force, in Russian and Austrian fashion, but force will never make the hearts of two nations one, especially when they are divided by the sea. Once get rid of this deadly international hatred, and there will be hope of real union in the future. Mr. Goldwin Smith finally proposes a plan by which the deadly international hatred might be got rid of, and a real union brought about. Here it is. Number 1. The residents of the court at Dublin, not merely to gratify the popular love of royalty and its pageantries, which no man of sense desires to stimulate, but to assure the Irish people, in the only way possible as regards the mass of them, that the sovereign of the United Kingdom is really their sovereign, and that they are equally cared for and honored with the other subjects of the realm. This would also tend to make Dublin a real capital, and to gather and retain there a portion of the Irish talent which now seeks its fortune elsewhere. Number 2. An occasional session, say once in every 3 years, of the Imperial Parliament in Dublin, partly for the same purposes as the last proposal, but also because the circumstances of Ireland are likely to be, for some time at least, really peculiar, and the personal acquaintance of our legislators with them is the only sufficient security for good Irish legislation. There could be no serious difficulty in holding a short session in the Irish capital, where there is plenty of accommodation for both houses. Number 3. A liberal measure of self-government for Ireland. I would not vest the power in any single assembly for all Ireland, because Ulster is really a different country from the other provinces. I would give each province a council of its own, and empower that council to legislate, subject, of course, to the supremacy of the Imperial Parliament, on all matters not essential to the political and legal unity of the empire, which I would include local education. The provincial council should, of course, be elective, and the register of electors might be the same as that of electors to the Imperial Parliament. In England itself, the extension of local institutions as political training schools for the masses, as checks upon the sweeping action of the great Central Assembly, and as the best organs of legislation in all matters requiring, as popular education among others does, adaptation to the circumstances of any particular districts, would, I think, have formed a part of any statesmanlike revision of our political system. Here also much good might be done, and much evil averted, by committing the present business of quarter sessions, other than the judicial business, together with such matters as the central legislative might think fit to vest in local hands, to an assembly elected by the county. Thus it will be seen that 20 years ago Mr. Goldwin Smith anticipated Mr. Chamberlain's scheme of provincial councils, and got a good way on the road to an Irish Parliament. End of section 17. Section 18 of Handbook of Home Rule. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Handbook of Home Rule, being articles on the Irish question. The Unionist Case for Home Rule by R. Barry O'Brien, Part 4. Mr. Dicey. A fairer controversialist or an abler supporter of the paper union than Mr. Dicey there is not. Nevertheless, no man has fired more effective shots into Mr. Pitt's unfortunate arrangement of 1800. How well has the failure of that arrangement been described in these pithy sentences? 86 years have elapsed since the conclusion of the Treaty of Union between England and Ireland. The two countries do not yet form and united nation. The Irish people are, if not more wretched, for the whole European world has made progress, and Ireland with it, yet more conscious of wretchedness, and Irish disaffection to England is, if not deeper, more widespread than in 1800. An act meant by its authors to be a source of the prosperity and concord which, though slowly, followed upon the union with Scotland, has not made Ireland rich, has not put an end to Irish lawlessness, has not terminated the feud between Protestants and Catholics, has not raised the position of Irish tenants, has not taken away the causes of Irish discontent, and has therefore not removed Irish disloyalty. This is the indictment which can fairly be brought against the Act of Union. What follows reflects honor on Mr. Dicey as an honest opponent who does not shrink from facts. But what a wholesale condemnation of the policy of the Imperial Parliament! On one point alone, it may be urged, all men of whatever party or of whatever nation who have seriously studied the annals of Ireland are agreed. The history is a record of incessant failure on the part of the government and of incessant misery on the part of the people. On this matter, if on no other, de Beaumont, Froude, and Lecky are at one. As to the guilt of the failure or the cause of the misery, men may and do differ. That England, whether from her own fault or the fault of the Irish people, or from perversity of circumstances, has failed in Ireland of achieving the elementary results of good government, is as certain as any fact of history or of experience. Every scheme has been tried in turn, and no scheme has succeeded, or has even, it may be suggested, produced its natural effects. Opposition of the Catholics has increased the adherents and strengthened the hold of Catholicism. Protestant supremacy, while it lasted, did not lead even to Protestant contentment, and the one successful act of resistance to the English dominion was effected by a Protestant Parliament, supported by an army of volunteers, led by a body of Protestant officers. The independence gained by a Protestant Parliament led, after 18 years, to a rebellion so reckless and savage that it caused, if it did not justify, the destruction of the Parliament and the carrying of the Union. The Act of Union did not lead to national unity, and a measure which appeared on the face of it, though the appearance, it must be admitted, was delusive, to be a copy of the law which bound England and Scotland into a common country inspired by common patriotism, produced conspiracy and agitation, and at last placed England and Ireland further apart, morally, than they stood at the beginning of the century. The Treaty of Union, it was supposed, missed its mark because it was not combined with Catholic emancipation. The Catholics were emancipated, but emancipation, instead of producing loyalty, brought forth the cry for repeal. The repeal movement ended in failure, but its death gave birth to the attempted rebellion in 1848. Suppressed rebellion begot Fenianism, to be followed in its turn by the agitation for Home Rule. The movement relies, it is said, and there is truth in the assertion, on constitutional methods for obtaining redress. But constitutional measures are supplemented by boycotting, by obstruction, by the use of dynamite. A century of reform has given us Mr. Parnell instead of Grattan, and it is more than possible that Mr. Parnell may be succeeded by leaders in whose eyes Mr. Davitt's policy may appear to be tainted with moderation. No doubt, in each case, the failure of good measures admits, like every other calamity in public or private life, of explanation, and after the event it is easy to see why. For example, the Poor Law, when extended to Ireland, did not produce even the good effects such as they are which in England are to be set against its numerous evils. or why an emigration of unparalleled proportions has diminished population without much diminishing poverty, why the disestablishment of the Anglican Church has increased rather than diminished the hostility to England of the Catholic priesthood, or why 2 land acts have not contented Irish farmers. It is easy enough, in short, and this without having any recourse to theory of race, and without attributing to Ireland either more or less of original sin than falls to the lot of humanity, to see how it is that imperfect statesmanship, and all statesmanship, it should be remembered, is imperfect, has failed in obtaining good results at all commensurate with its generally good intentions. Failure, however, is none the less failure because its causes admit of analysis. It is no defense to bankruptcy that an insolvent can, when brought before the court, lucidly explain the errors which resulted in disastrous speculations. The failure of English statesmanship, explain it as you will, has produced the one last and greatest evil which misgovernment can cause. It has created hostility to the law in the minds of the people. The law cannot work in Ireland because the classes whose opinion in other countries support the actions of the courts are in Ireland, even when not lawbreakers, in full sympathy with lawbreakers. No Home Ruler has described the evils of English misrule in Ireland with such vigor as this. Bad administration, religious persecution, above all a thoroughly vicious land tenure, accompanied by such sweeping confiscations as to make it, at any rate, a plausible assertion that all land in Ireland has, during the course of Irish history, been confiscated at least thrice over, are admittedly some of the causes, if they do not constitute the whole cause, of the one immediate difficulty which perplexes the policy of England. This is nothing else than the admitted disaffection to the law of the land prevailing among large numbers of Irish people. The existence of this disaffection, whatever be the inference to be drawn from it, is undeniable. A series of so-called coercion acts, passed both before and since the Act of Union, gives undeniable evidence, if evidence were wanted, of the ceaseless and, as it would appear, almost impressible resistance in Ireland offered by the people to the enforcement of the law. I have not the remotest inclination to underrate the lasting and formidable character of this opposition between opinion and law, nor can any jurist who wishes to deal seriously with a serious and infinitely painful topic question for a moment that the ultimate strength of law lies in the sympathy, or at the lowest the acquiescence, of the mass of the population. Judges, constables, and troops become almost powerless when the conscience of the people permanently opposes the execution of the law. Severity produces either no effect or bad effects. Executed criminals are regarded as heroes or martyrs, and jurymen and witnesses meet with the execration and often with the fate of criminals. On such a point it is best to take the opinion of a foreigner unaffected by prejudice or passions from which no Englishman or Irishman has a right to suppose himself free.
Quand vous en êtes arrivé à ce point, croyez bien que dans cette voie de rigueur, tous vos efforts pour rétablir l'ordre et la paix seront inutiles. En vain, pour réprimer des crimes atroces, vous appellerez à votre aide toutes les sévérités du code de Dracan. En vain, vous ferez des lois cruelles pour arrêter le cours de révoltantes cruautés. Vainement, vous frapperez de mort le moindre délit se rattachant à ces grands crimes. Vainement, dans l'effroi de votre impuissance, vous suspendrez le cours des lois ordinaires, proclamerez des comtés entiers en état de suspicion légale, voilerez le principe de la liberté individuelle, créerez des cours martiales, des commissions extraordinaires, et pour produire de salutaires impressions de terreur, multiplierez à l'excès les exécutions capitales.
The next passage is a trenchant condemnation of the Union. There exists in Europe no country so completely at unity with itself as Great Britain. 50 years of reform have done their work, and have removed the discontents, the divisions, the disaffection, and the conspiracies which marked the first quarter, or the first half of this century. Great Britain, if left to herself, could act with all the force, consistency, and energy given by unity of sentiment and community of interests. The distraction and the uncertainty of our political aims, the feebleness and inconsistency with which they are pursued, arise in part, at least, from the connection with Ireland. Neither Englishmen nor Irishmen are to blame for the fact that it is difficult for communities differing in historical associations and in political conceptions to keep step together in the path of progress. For other evils arising from the connection, the blame must rest on English statesmen. All the inherent vices of party government, all the weaknesses of the parliamentary system, all the evils arising from the perverse notion that reform ought always to be preceded by a period of lengthy and more than half factitious agitation, met by equally factitious resistance, have been fostered and increased by the interaction of Irish and English politics. No one can believe that the inveterate habit of ruling one part of the United Kingdom on principles no one would venture to apply to the government of any other part of it can have produced anything but the most injurious effect on the stability of our government and the character of our public men. The advocates of Home Rule find by far their strongest arguments for influencing English opinion in the proofs which they produce that England, no less than Ireland, has suffered from a political arrangement under which legal union has failed to secure moral union. These arguments, whatever their strength, are, however, it must be noted, more available to a nationalist than to an advocate of federalism. The words which I have italicized are an expression of opinion, but nothing can alter the damning statement of fact. Legal union has failed to secure moral union. Nevertheless, Mr. Dicey advocates the maintenance of this legal union as it stands. On the whole, then, it appears that whatever changes or calamities the future may have in store, the maintenance of the Union is at this day the one sound policy for England to pursue. It is sound because it is expedient. It is sound because it is just. I shall not discuss the question of Home Rule with the eminent writers whose works I have cited. It is enough that they demonstrate the failure of the Union. So convinced was Mr. Lecky, in 1871, of its failure, that he suggested a readjustment of the relations of the two countries on a federal basis. And Mr. Goldwin Smith, in 1868, contended that the Irish difficulty could only be settled by the establishment of provincial councils and an occasional session of the Imperial Parliament in Dublin. Mr. Dicey clings to the existing union while demonstrating its failure, because he has persuaded himself that the only alternative is separation. Irishmen may be pardoned for acting on Mr. Dicey's facts and disregarding his prophecies. The mass of Irishmen believe with Grattan that the ocean protests against separation as the sea protests against such a union as was attempted in 1800. End of section.
Section 19 of Handbook of Home Rule. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Handbook of Home Rule, being articles on the Irish question. Ireland's Alternatives by Lord Thring, Part 1. Ireland is a component member of the most complex political body the world has yet known. Any inquiry, then, into the fitness of any particular form of government for that country involves an investigation of the structures of various composite nations, or nations made up of numerous political communities, more or less differing from each other. From the examination of the nature of the common tie and the circumstances which caused it to be adopted or imposed on the component peoples, we cannot but derive instruction and be furnished with materials which will enable us to take a wide view of the question of Home Rule, and assist us in judging between the various remedies proposed for the cure of Irish disorders. The nature of the ties which bind, or have bound, the principal composite nations of the world together may be classified as 1. Confederate unions, 2. Federal unions, 3. Imperial unions. A confederate union may be defined to mean an alliance between the governments of independent states, which agree to appoint a common superior authority, having power to make peace and war, and to demand contributions of men and money from the Confederate States. Such superior authority has no power of enforcing its decrees except through the medium of the governments of the constituent states, or in other words, in case of disobedience, by armed force. A federal union differs from a confederate union in the material fact that the common superior authority, instead of acting on the individual subjects of the constituent states through the medium of their respective governments, has a power, in respect of all matters within its jurisdiction, of enacting laws and issuing orders which are binding directly on the individual citizens. The distinguishing characteristics of an imperial union are that it consists of an aggregate of communities, one of which is dominant, and that the component communities have been brought into association, not by arrangement between themselves, but by colonization, cession, and by other means emanating from the resources or power of the dominant community. The above-mentioned distinction between a government having communities only for its subjects and incapable of enforcing its orders by any means other than war, and a government acting directly on individuals, must be constantly borne in mind, for in this lies the whole difference between a confederate and federal union. That is to say, between a confederacy which, in the case of the United States, lasted a few short years, and a federal union which, with the same people as subjects, has lasted nearly a century, and has stood the strain of the most terrible war of modern times. The material features of the Constitution of the United States have been explained in a previous article. All that is necessary to call to mind here is that the government of the United States exercises a power of taxation throughout the whole Union by means of its own officers, and enforces its decrees through the medium of its own courts. A Supreme Court has also been established, which has power to adjudicate on the constitutionality of all laws passed by the legislature of the United States, or of any state, and to decide on all international questions. Switzerland was, till 1848, an example of a confederate union, or league of semi-independent states, which, unlike other confederacies, had existed with partial interruptions for centuries. This unusual vitality is attributed by Mill to the circumstances that the Confederate government felt its weakness so strongly that it hardly ever attempted to exercise any real authority. Its present government, finally settled in 1874, but based on fundamental laws passed in 1848, is a federal union formed on the pattern of the American Constitution. It consists of a federal assembly comprising two chambers. The upper chamber, composed of 44 members chosen by the 22 cantons, 2 for each canton. The lower, consisting of 145 members, chosen by direct election at the rate of 1 deputy for every 20,000 persons. The chief executive authority is deputed to a federal council consisting of 7 members elected for 3 years by the Federal Assembly, and having at their head a president and vice president, who are the first magistrates of the Republic. There is also a federal tribunal, having similar functions to those of the Supreme Court of the United States of America, consisting of 9 members elected for 6 years by the Federal Assembly. The Empire of Germany is a federal union, differing from the United States and Switzerland in having a hereditary emperor as its head. It comprises 26 states who have formed an eternal union for the protection of the realm and the care of the welfare of the German people. The King of Prussia, under the title of German Emperor, represents the empire in all its relations to foreign nations, and has the power of making peace and war. But if the war be more than a defensive war, he must have the assent of the upper house. The legislative body of the empire consists of two houses, the upper, called the Bundesrat, representing the several component states in different proportions, according to their relative importance. The lower, the Reichstag, elected by the voters in 397 electoral districts, which are distributed among the constituent states in unequal numbers, regard being had to the population and circumstances of each state. The Austro-Hungarian Empire is a federal union, differing alike in its origin and construction from the federal unions above mentioned. In the beginning, Austria and Hungary were independent countries. Austria a despotism, Hungary a constitutional monarchy, with ancient laws and customs dating back to the foundation of the kingdom in 895. In the 16th century, the supreme power in both countries, that is to say, the despotic monarchy in Austria and the constitutional monarchy in Hungary, became vested in the same person. As might have been anticipated, the union was not a happy one. If we dip into Heeren's Political System of Europe, at intervals selected almost at random, the following notices will be found in relation to Austria and Hungary. Between 1671 and 1700, political unity in the Austrian monarchy was to have been enforced especially in the principal country, Hungary, for this was regarded as the sole method of establishing power. The consequence was an almost perpetual revolutionary state of affairs. Again, in the next chapter, commenting on the period between 1740 and 1786, Hungary, in fact the chief, was treated like a conquered province, subjected to the most oppressive commercial restraints. It was regarded as a colony from which Austria exacted what she could for her own advantage. The injurious consequences of this internal discord are evident. Coming to modern times, we find that oppression followed oppression with sickening monotony, and that at last the determination of Austria to stamp out the constitution in Hungary gave rise to the insurrection of 1849, which Austria suppressed with the assistance of Russia, and as a penalty declared the Hungarian constitution to be forfeited, and thereupon Hungary was incorporated with Austria, as Ireland was incorporated with Great Britain in 1800. Both events were the consequences of unsuccessful rebellions, but the junction which, in the case of Hungary, was enforced by the sword, was in Ireland more smoothly carried into effect by corruption. Hungary, sullen and discontented, waited for Austria's calamity as her opportunity, and it came after the Battle of Sadova. Austria had just emerged from a fearful conflict, and Count Beust felt that unless some resolute effort was made to meet the views of the constitutional party in Hungary, the dismemberment of the empire must be the result. Now, what was the course he took? Was it a tightening of the bonds between Austria and Hungary? On the contrary, to maintain the unity of the empire, he dissolved its union and restored to Hungary its ancient constitutional privileges. Austria and Hungary each had its own parliament for local purposes. To manage the imperial concerns of peace and war and the foreign relations, a controlling body, called the delegations, was established, consisting of 120 members, of whom half represent and are chosen by the legislature of Austria, and the other half by that of Hungary, the upper house of each country returning 20 members, and the lower house 40. Ordinarily, the delegates sit and vote in two chambers, but if they disagree, the two branches must meet together and give their final vote without debate, which is binding on the whole empire. The question arises, what is the magnetic influence which induces communities of men to combine together in federal unions? Undoubtedly, it is the feeling of nationality. And what is nationality? Mr. Mill says, "A portion of mankind may be said to constitute a nationality if they are united among themselves by common sympathies which do not exist between them and any others, which make them cooperate with each other more willingly than other people, desire to be under the same government, and desire that it should be a government by themselves or a portion of themselves exclusively." He then proceeds to state that the feeling of nationality may have been generated by various causes. Sometimes it is the identity of race and descent. Community of language and community of religion greatly contribute to it. Geographical limits are one of its causes. But the strongest of all is identity of political antecedents, the possession of a national history and consequent community of recollections, collective pride and humiliation, pleasure and regret, connected with the same incidents in the past. The only point to be noted further in reference to the foregoing federal unions is that the same feeling of nationality which, in the United States, Switzerland, and the German Empire, produced a closer legal bond of union, in the case of Austria-Hungary operated to dissolve the amalgamation formed in 1849 of the two states, and to produce a federal union of states in place of a single state. One conclusion seems to follow irresistibly from any review of the construction of the various states above described, that the stability of a nation bears no relation whatever to the legal compactness or homogeneity of its component parts. Russia and France, the most compact political societies in Europe, do not, to say the least, rest on a firmer basis than Germany and Switzerland, the inhabitants of which are subjected to the obligations of a double nationality. Above all, no European nation except Great Britain can for a moment bear comparison with the United States in respect of the devotion of its people to their Constitution. An imperial union, though resembling somewhat in outward form a federal union, differs altogether from it both in principle and origin. Its essential characteristic is that one community is absolutely dominant, while all the others are subordinate. In the case of a federal union, independent states have agreed to resign a portion of their powers to a central government, for the sake of securing the common safety. In an imperial union, the dominant or imperial state delegates to each constituent member of the union such a portion of local government as the dominant state considers the subordinate member entitled to, consistently with the integrity of the empire. The British Empire furnishes the best example of an imperial union now existing in the world. Her Majesty, as common head, is the one link which binds the empire together, and connects with each other every constituent member. The Indian Empire and certain military dependencies require no further notice in these pages, but a summary of our various forms of colonial government is required to complete our knowledge of the forms of home rule possibly applicable to Ireland. The colonies, in relation to their forms of government, may be classified as follows. 1. Crown colonies, in which laws may be made by the governor alone or with the concurrence of a council nominated by the Crown. 2. Colonies possessing representative institutions but not responsible government, in which the Crown has only a veto on legislation, but the home government retains the control of the executive. 3. Colonies possessing representative institutions and responsible government, in which the Crown has only a veto on legislation, and the home government has no control over any public officer except the governor. The British colonial governments thus present an absolute gradation of rule, beginning with absolute despotism and ending with almost absolute legal independence, except insofar as a veto on legislation and the presence of a governor named by the Crown mark the dependence of the colony on the mother country. It is to be remembered, moreover, that the colonies which have received this complete local freedom are the great colonies of the earth, nations themselves possessing territories as large or larger than any European state, namely Canada, the Cape, New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, South Australia, New Zealand, Tasmania. And this change from dependence to freedom has been effected with the goodwill both of the mother country and the colony, and without it being imputed to the colonists, when desiring a larger measure of self-government, that they were separatists, anarchists, or revolutionists. Such are the general principles of colonial government, but one colony requires special mention, from the circumstance of its constitution having been put forward as a model for Ireland. This is the Dominion of Canada. The government of Canada is, in effect, a subordinate federal union. That is to say, it possesses a central legislature, having the largest possible powers of local self-government, consistent with the supremacy of the empire, with 7 inferior provincial governments, exercising powers greater than those of an English county, but not so great as those of an American state. The advantage of such a form of government is that, without weakening the supremacy of the empire, or of the central local power, it admits of considerable diversities being made in the details of provincial government, where local peculiarities and antecedents render it undesirable to make a more complete assimilation of the governments of the various provinces. Materials have now been collected which will enable the reader to judge of the expediency or inexpediency of the course taken by Mr. Gladstone's government in dealing with Ireland. 3 alternatives were open to them. 1. To let matters alone. 2. To pass a coercion bill. 3. To change the government of Ireland, and at the same time to pass a land bill. The last 2 measures were combined under the head of one alternative, as it will be shown in the sequel that no effective land bill can be passed without granting Home Rule in Ireland. Now, the short answer to the first alternative is that no party in the state, Conservative, Whig, Radical, Unionist, Home Ruler, Parnellite, thought it possible to leave things alone. That something must be done was universally admitted. The second alternative has found favor with the present government, and certainly is a better example of the triumph of hope over experience than even the proverbial second marriage. 86 years have elapsed since the Union. During the first 32 years, only 11 years, and during the last 54 years, only 2 years, have been free from special repressive legislation. Yet the agitation for repeal of the Union and general discontent are more violent in 1887 than in any one of the 86 previous years. In the name of common sense, is there any reason for supposing that the Coercion Bill of 1887 will have a better or more enduring effect than its numerous predecessors? The prima facie case is at all events in favor of the contention that, when so many trials of a certain remedy have failed, it would be better not to try the same remedy again, but to have recourse to some other medicine. What, then, was the position of Mr. Gladstone's government at the close of the election of 1885? What were the considerations presented to them as supreme supervisors and guardians of the British Empire? They found that vast colonial empire tranquil and loyal beyond previous expectation, the greater colonies satisfied with their existing position, the lesser expecting that, as they grew up to manhood, they would be treated as men, and emancipated from childish restraints. The Channel Islands and the Isle of Man were contented with their sturdy, dependent independence, loyal to the backbone. One member only stood aloof, sulky and dissatisfied, and though in law integrally united with the dominant community, practically was disassociated from it by forming within Parliament, the controlling body of the whole, a separate section, of which the whole aim was to fetter the action of the entire supreme body, in order to bring to an external severance the practical disunion which existed between that member and Great Britain. This member, Ireland, as compared with other parts of the empire, was small and insignificant. Measured against Great Britain, its population was 5 millions to 31 millions, and its estimated capital was only 1/24th part of the capital of the United Kingdom. Measured against Australia, its trade with Great Britain was almost insignificant. its importance arose from the force of public opinion in Great Britain, which deemed England pledged to protect the party in Ireland which desired the Union to be maintained, and from the power of obstructing English legislation through the medium of the Irish contingent, willing and ready on every occasion to intervene in English debates. The first step to be taken, obviously, was to find out what the great majority of Irish members wanted. The answer was that they would be contented to quit the British Parliament on having a Parliament established on College Green, with full powers of local government, and that they would accept on behalf of their country a certain fixed annual sum to be paid to the Imperial Exchequer, on condition that such sum should not be increased without the consent of the Irish representatives. Here there were two great points gained without any sacrifice of principle. Ireland could not be said to be taxed without representation when her representatives agreed to a certain fixed sum to be paid till altered with their consent, while at the same time all risk of obstruction to English legislation by Irish means was removed by the proposal that the Irish representatives should exercise local powers in Dublin instead of imperial powers at Westminster. On the basis of the above arrangement, the Bill of Mr. Gladstone was founded. Absolute local autonomy was conferred on Ireland. The assent of the Irish members to quit the Imperial Parliament was accepted, and the bill provided that after a certain day the representative Irish peers should cease to sit in the House of Lords, and the Irish members vacate their places in the House of Commons. Provisions were then made for the absorption in the Irish legislative body of both the Irish representative peers and Irish members. End of section 19. Section 20 of Handbook of Home Rule. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Handbook of Home Rule, being articles on the Irish question. Ireland's Alternatives by Lord Thring, Part 2. The legislative supremacy of the British Parliament was maintained by an express provision accepting from any interference on the part of the Irish legislature all imperial powers, and declaring any enactment void which infringed that provision. Further, an enactment was inserted for the purpose of securing to the English legislature, in the last resource, the absolute power to make any law for the government of Ireland, and therefore to repeal or suspend the Irish Constitution. Technically, these reservations of supremacy to the English legislature were unnecessary, as it is an axiom of constitutional law that a sovereign legislature, such as the Queen and two Houses of Parliament in England, cannot bind their successors, and consequently can repeal or alter any law, however fundamental, and annul any restrictions on alteration, however strongly expressed. Practically, they were never likely to be called into operation, as it is the custom of Parliament to adhere, under all but the most extraordinary and unforeseen circumstances, to any compact made by Act of Parliament between itself and any subordinate legislative body. The Irish legislature was subjected to the same controlling power which has for centuries been applied to prevent any excess of jurisdiction in our colonial legislatures, by a direction that an appeal as to the constitutionality of any law which they may pass should lie to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. This supremacy of the imperial judicial power over the action of the colonial legislatures was a system which the founders of the American Constitution copied in the establishment of their Supreme Court, and thereby secured for that legislative system a stability which has defied the assaults of faction and the strain of civil war. The executive government of Ireland was continued in Her Majesty, and was to be carried on by the Lord Lieutenant on her behalf, by the aid of such officers and such counsel as Her Majesty might from time to time see fit. The initiative power of recommending taxation was also vested in the Queen, and delegated to the Lord Lieutenant. These clauses are coordinate and correlative with the clause conferring complete local powers on the Irish legislature, while it preserves all imperial powers to the imperial legislature. The governor is an imperial officer, and will be bound to watch over imperial interests with a jealous scrutiny, and to veto any bill which may be injurious to those interests. On the other hand, as respects all local matters, he will act on, and be guided by, the advice of the Irish Executive Council. The system is self-acting. The governor, for local purposes, must have a council which is in harmony with the legislative body. If the governor and a council, supported by the legislative body, do not agree, the governor must give way, unless he can, by dismissing his council and dissolving the legislative body, obtain both a council and a legislative body which will support his views. As respects imperial questions, the case is different. Here, the last word rests with the mother country, and in the last resort, a determination of the Executive Council, backed by the legislative body, to resist imperial rights, must be deemed an act of rebellion on the part of the Irish people, and be dealt with accordingly. In acceding to the claims of the National Party for Home Rule in Ireland, another question had to be considered. The demands of the English garrison, as it is called, or in plain words, of the class of Irish landlords, for protection. They urged that to grant Home Rule in Ireland would be to hand them over to their enemies, their tenants, and to lead to an immediate, or to all events approximate, confiscation of their properties. Without admitting the truth of these apprehensions to the full extent, or indeed to any great extent, it was undoubtedly felt by the framers of the Home Rule Bill that a moral obligation rested on the imperial government to remove, if possible, the fearful exasperations attending the agrarian relations in Ireland, rather than leave a question so fraught with danger, so involved in difficulty, to be determined by the Irish government on its first entry into official existence. Hence the Land Bill, the scheme of which was to frame a system under which the tenants, by being made owners of the soil, should become interested, as a class, in the maintenance of social order, while the landlords should be enabled to rid themselves on fair terms of their estates, in cases where, from apprehension of impending changes, or for pecuniary reasons, they were desirous of relieving themselves from the responsibilities of ownership. Of the land scheme brought into Parliament in 1886, it need only here be said that it proposed to lend the Irish government 3% stock at 3 1/8% interest, the Irish government undertaking to purchase, from any Irish landlord desirous of selling, his estate at, as a general rule, 20 years' purchase on the net rental. The money thus disbursed by the Irish government was repaid to them by an annuity, payable by the tenant for 49 years, of 4%, on a capital sum equal to 20 times the gross rental, the result being that, were the bill passed into law, the tenant would become immediate owner of the land, subject to the payment of an annuity considerably less than the previous rent. That the Irish government would make a considerable profit on the transaction, inasmuch as it would receive from the tenant interest calculated on the basis of the gross rental, while it would pay to the English government interest calculated on the basis of the net rental, and that the English government would sustain no loss if the interest were duly received by them. The effect of such a plan appears almost magical. Ireland is transformed at one stroke from a nation of landlords into a nation of peasant proprietors, apparently without loss to anyone, and with gain to everybody concerned except the British government, who neither gain nor lose in the matter. The practicability, however, of such a scheme depends altogether on the security against loss afforded to the British taxpayer, for he is industrious and heavily burdened, and cannot be expected to assent to any plan which will land him in any appreciable loss. Here it is that the plan of Mr. Gladstone's Land Bill differs from all other previous plans. Act after act has been passed, enabling the tenant to borrow money from the British government on the security of the holding, for the purpose of enabling him to purchase the fee simple. In such transactions, the British government becomes the mortgagee, and can only recover its money, if default is made in payment, by ejecting the tenant and becoming the landlord. In proportion, then, as any existing purchase act succeeds, in the same proportion the risk of the British taxpayer increases. He is ever placed in the most invidious of all lights. Instead of posing as the generous benefactor, who holds forth his hand to rescue the landlord and tenant from an intolerable position, he stands forward either as the grasping mortgagee or as the still more hated landlord, who, having deprived the tenant of his holding, is seeking to introduce another man into property which really belongs to the ejected tenant. Such a position may be endurable when the number of purchasing tenants is small, but at once breaks down if agrarian reform in Ireland is to be extended so far as to make any appreciable difference in the relations of landlord and tenant. Still more if it become general. Now, what is the remedy of such a state of things? Surely, to interpose the Irish government between the Irish debtor and his English creditor, and to provide that the Irish revenues in bulk, not the individual holdings of each tenant, shall be the security for the English creditor. This was the scheme embodied in the Land Act of 1886. The punctual payment of all money due from the Government of Ireland to the Government of Great Britain was to have been secured by the continuance in the hands of the British Government of the excise and customs duties, and by the appointment of an Imperial Receiver General, assisted by subordinate officers and protected by an Imperial Court. This officer would have received not only all the imperial taxes, but also the local taxes, and it would have been his duty to satisfy the claims of the British Government before he allowed any sum to pass into the Irish Exchequer. In effect, the British Government, in relation to the levying of imperial taxes, would have stood in the same relation to Ireland as Congress does to the United States in respect to the levying of federal taxes. The fiscal unity of Great Britain and Ireland would have been in this way secured, and the British Government protected against any loss of interest for the large sums to be expended in carrying into effect in Ireland any agrarian reform worthy of the name. The Irish Bills of 1886, as above represented, had at least 3 recommendations. 1. They created a state of things in Ireland under which it was possible to make a complete agrarian reform without exposing the English Exchequer to any appreciable risk. 2. They enabled the Irish to govern themselves as respects local matters, while preserving intact the supremacy of the British Parliament and the integrity of the Empire. 3. They enabled the British Parliament to govern the British Empire without any obstructive Irish interference. To the first of these propositions no attempt at an answer has been made. The Land Bill was never considered on its merits, indeed, was never practically discussed, but was at once swept into oblivion by the wave which overwhelmed the Home Rule Bill. The contention against the second proposition was concerned in proving that the supremacy of the British Parliament was not maintained. The practical answer to this objection has been given above. Pushed to its utmost, it could only amount to proof that an amendment ought to have been introduced in committee, declaring, in words better selected than those introduced for that purpose in the bill, that nothing in the Act should affect the supremacy of the British Parliament. In short, the whole discussion here necessarily resolved itself into a mere verbal squabble as to the construction of a clause in a bill not yet in committee, and had no bottom or substance. It was also urged that the concession of self-government to Ireland was but another mode of handing over the Loyalist party, or, as it is sometimes called, the English garrison, to the tender mercies of the Parnellites. The reply to this would seem to be that as respects property, the Land Bill effectually prevented any interference of the Irish Parliament with the land. Nay, more, enabled any Irishman desirous of turning his land into money to do so on the most advantageous terms that had ever been, and with a falling market it may be confidently prophesied ever can be, offered to the Irish landlord, while as respect life and liberty, were it possible that they should be endangered, it was the duty of the imperial officer, the Lord Lieutenant, to take means for the preservation of peace and good order, and behind him, to enforce his behests, stand the strong battalions who, to our sorrow be it spoken, have so often been called upon to put down disturbance and anarchy in Ireland. Competing plans have been put forward, with more or less detail, for governing Ireland. The suggestion that Ireland should be governed as a crown colony need only be mentioned to be rejected. It means, in effect, that Ireland should sink from the rank of an equal or independent member of the British Empire to the grade of the most dependent of her colonies, and should be governed despotically by English officials, without representation in the English Parliament or any machinery of local self-government. Another proposal has been to give 4 provincial governments to Ireland, limiting their powers to local rating, education, and legislation in respect of matters which form the subjects of private bill legislation at present. In fact, to place them somewhat on the footing of the provinces of Canada, while reserving to the English Parliament the powers vested in the Dominion of Canada. Such a scheme would seem adapted to whet the appetite of the Irish for nationality, without supplying them with any portion of the real article. It would supply no basis on which a system of agrarian reform could be founded, as it would be impossible to leave the determination of a local question, which is a unit in its dangers and its difficulties, to 4 different legislatures. Above all, the hinge on which the question turns, the sufficiency of the security for the British taxpayer, could not be afforded by provincial resources. Indeed, no alternative for the Land Bill of 1886 has been suggested which does not err in one of the following points. Either it pledges English credit on insufficient security, or it requires the landowners to accept Irish debentures or some form of Irish paper money at par. In other words, it makes English taxes a fund for relieving Irish landlords, or else it compels the Irish landowner, if he sells at all, to sell at an inadequate price. Before parting with Canada, it may be worth while noticing that another, and more feasible, alternative is to imitate more closely the Canadian Constitution, and divest the central or Dominion powers in a central legislature in Dublin, parcelling out the provincial powers, as they have been called, amongst several provincial legislatures. This scheme might be made available as a means of protecting Ulster from the supposed danger of undue interference from the central government, and for making, possibly, other diversities in the local administration of various parts of Ireland in order to meet special local exigencies. A leading writer among the dissentient Liberals has intimated that one of 2 forms of representative colonial government might be imposed on Ireland. Either the form in which the executive is connected by colonial officials, or the form of the great irresponsible colonies. The first of these forms is open to the objection that it perpetuates those struggles between English executive measures and Irish opinion, which has made Ireland for centuries ungovernable, and led to the establishment of the union and destruction of Irish independence in 1800. The second proposal would destroy the fiscal unity of the empire, leaving the agrarian feud unextinguished, and aggravate the objections which have been urged against the Home Rule Bill of 1886. A question still remains in relation to the form of the Home Rule Bill of 1886, which would not have deserved attention but for the prominence given to it in some of the discussions upon the subject. The Bill of 1886 provides that the legislature may make laws for the peace, order, and good government of Ireland, but subjects their power to numerous exceptions and restrictions. The Act establishing the Dominion of Canada enumerates various matters in respect of which the legislature of Canada is to have exclusive power, but prefaces the enumeration with a clause that the Dominion legislature may make laws for the peace, order, and good government of Canada in relation to all matters not within the jurisdiction of the provincial legislatures, although such matters may not be specially mentioned. In effect, therefore, the difference between the Irish Bill and the Canadian Act is one of expression and not of substance, and although the bill is more accurate in its form, it would scarcely be worth while to insist on legislating by exception instead of by enumeration, if, by the substitution of the latter form for the former, any material opposition would be conciliated. What, then, are the conclusions intended to be drawn from the foregoing premises? 1. That coercion is played out, and can no longer be regarded as a remedy for the evils of Irish misrule. 2. That some alternative must be found, and that the only alternative within the range of practical politics is some form of Home Rule. 3. That there is no reason for thinking that the grant of Home Rule to Ireland, a member only, and not one of the most important members, of the British Empire, will in any way dismember, or even in the slightest degree risk the dismemberment, of the Empire. 4. That Home Rule presupposes and admits the supremacy of the British Parliament. 5. That theory is in favour of Home Rule, as the nationality of Ireland is distinct and justifies a desire for local independence, while the establishment of Home Rule is a necessary condition to the effectual removal of agrarian disturbances in Ireland. 6. That precedent is in favour of granting Home Rule to Ireland, e.g., the success of the new constitution in Austria-Hungary, and the happy effects resulting from the establishment of the Dominion of Canada. 7. That the particular form of Home Rule granted is comparatively immaterial. 8. That the Home Rule Bill of 1886 may readily be amended in such a manner as to satisfy all real and unpartisan objectors. 9. That the Land Bill of 1886 is the best that has ever been devised, having regard to the advantages offered to the new Irish government, the landlord, and the tenant. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Handbook of Home Rule. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. Handbook of Home Rule, being Articles on the Irish Question. The Past and Future of the Irish Question by James Bryce, MP. Part 1. For half a century or more, no question of English domestic politics has excited so much interest outside England as that question of resettling her relations with Ireland, which was fought over in the Parliament and still confronts the Parliament that has lately been elected. Apart from its dramatic interest, apart from its influence on the fortune of parties, and its effect on the imperial position of Great Britain, it involves so many large principles of statesmanship and raises so many delicate points of constitutional law as to deserve the study of philosophical thinkers no less than of practical politicians in every free country. The circumstances which led to the introduction of the Government of Ireland Bill in April 1886 are familiar to Americans as well as Englishmen. Ever since the Crowns and Parliaments of Great Britain and Ireland were united in A.D. 1800, There has been in Ireland a party which protested against the Union as fraudulently obtained and inexpedient in itself. For many years this party, led by Daniel O'Connell, maintained an agitation for repeal. After his death, a more extreme section, which sought to complete independence of Ireland, raised the insurrection of 1848, and subsequently, under the guidance of other hands, formed the Fenian conspiracy, whose projected insurrection was nipped in the bud in 1867, though the conspiracy continued to menace the government and the tranquillity of the island. In 1872 the Home Rule party was formed, demanding not the repeal of the Union, but the creation of an Irish legislature, and the agitation, conducted in Parliament in a more systematic and persistent way than heretofore, took also a legitimate constitutional form. To this demand English and Scotch opinion was at first almost unanimously opposed. At the general election of 1880, which, however, turned mainly on the foreign policy of Lord Beaconsfield's Government, not more than 3 or 4 members were returned by constituencies in Great Britain who professed to consider Home Rule as even an open question. All through the Parliament, which sat from 1880 till 1885, the Nationalist party, led by Mr. Parnell, and including at first less than half, ultimately about half of the Irish members, was in constant and generally bitter opposition to the government of Mr. Gladstone. But during the 5 years a steady, although silent and often unconscious, process of change was passing in the minds of English and Scotch members, especially Liberal members, due to their growing sense of the mistakes which Parliament committed in handling Irish questions, and of the hopelessness of the efforts which the Executive was making to pacify the country on the old methods. The adoption of the Home Rule policy by one of the great English parties was therefore not so sudden a change as it seemed. The process had been going on for years, though in its earlier stages it was so gradual and so unwelcome as to be faintly felt and reluctantly admitted by the minds that were undergoing it. In the spring of 1886 the question could be no longer evaded or postponed. It was necessary to choose between one of 2 courses: the refusal of the demand for self-government, coupled with the introduction of a severe coercion bill, or the concession of it by the introduction of a Home Rule bill. There were some few who suggested, as a third course, the granting of a limited measure of local institutions, such as county boards, but most people felt, as did Mr. Gladstone's Ministry, that this plan would have had most of the dangers and few of the advantages of either of the 2 others. How the Government of Ireland Bill was brought into the House of Commons on April 8th, amid circumstances of curiosity and excitement unparalleled since 1832; how, after debates of almost unprecedented length, it was defeated in June by a majority of 30; how the policy it embodied was brought before the country at the general election and failed to win approval, all this is too well known to need recapitulation here. But the causes of the disaster have not been well understood, for it is only now, when the smoke of the battle has cleared away from the field, that these causes have begun to stand revealed in their true proportions. Besides some circumstances attending the production of the Bill, to which I shall refer presently, and which told heavily against it, there were three feelings which worked upon men's minds, disposing them to reject it. The first of these was dislike and fear of the Irish Nationalist members. In the previous House of Commons the party had been uniformly and bitterly hostile to the Liberal Government. Measures intended for the good of Ireland, like the Act of 1881, had been ungraciously received, treated as concessions extorted, for which no thanks were due, inadequate concessions, which must be made the starting point for fresh demands. Obstruction had been freely practised to defeat not only bills restraining the liberty of the subject in Ireland, but many other measures. Some few members of the Irish party had systematically sought to delay all English and Scotch legislations, and, in fact, to bring the work of Parliament to a dead stop. Much violent language had been used, even where the provocation was slight. The outbreaks of crime which had repeatedly occurred in Ireland had been not indeed defended, but so often passed over in silence by Nationalist speakers that English opposition was inclined to hold them practically responsible for the disorders which, so it was thought, they had neither wished nor tried to prevent. I am, of course, expressing no opinion as to the justice of this view, nor as to the excess to be made for the parliamentary tactics of the Irish party, but merely stating how their conduct struck many Englishmen. There could be no doubt as to the hostility which they, still less as to that which their fellow countrymen in the United States had expressed towards England, for they had openly wished success to Russia, while war seemed impending with her, and the so-called Mahdi of the Soudan was vociferously cheered at many a Nationalist meeting. At the election of 1885 they had done their utmost to defeat Liberal candidates in every English and Scotch constituency where there existed a body of Irish voters, and had thrown some 20 seats or more into the hands of the Tories. Now, to many Englishmen, the proposal to create an Irish Parliament seemed nothing more or less than a proposal to hand over to these Irish members the government of Ireland, with all the opportunities thence arising to oppress the opposite party in Ireland and to worry England herself. It was all very well to urge that the tactics which the Nationalists had pursued when their object was to extort Home Rule would be dropped, because superfluous when Home Rule had been granted, or to point out that an Irish Parliament would contain different men from those who had been sent to Westminster as Mr. Parnell's nominees. Neither of these arguments could overcome the suspicious antipathy which many Englishmen felt, nor dissolve the association in their minds between the Nationalist leaders and the forces of disorder. The Parnellites, thus they reasoned, are bad men. What they seek is therefore likely to be bad, and whether bad in itself or not, they will make a bad use of it. In such reasonings there was more of sentiment and prejudice than of reason, but sentiment and prejudice are proverbially harder than arguments to expel from minds where they have made a lodgment. The internal condition of Ireland supplied more substantial ground for alarm. As everybody knows, she is not, either in religion or in blood, or in feelings and ideas, a homogeneous country. Three-fourths of the people are Roman Catholics, one-fourth Protestants, and the Protestant fourth subdivided into bodies not found of one another, who have little community of sentiment. Besides the Scottish colony in Ulster, many English families have settled here and there through the country. They have been regarded as intruders by the aboriginal Celtic population, and many of them, although hundreds of years may have passed since they came, still look on themselves as rather English than Irish. The last 50 years, whose wonderful changes have in most parts of the world tended to unite and weld into one compact body the inhabitants of each part of the earth's surface, connecting them by the ties of commerce, and of a far easier and swifter intercourse than was formerly possible, have in Ireland worked in the opposite direction. It has become more and more the habit of the richer class in Ireland to go to England for its enjoyment, and to feel itself socially rather English than Irish. Thus the chasm between the immigrants and the aborigines has grown deeper. The upper class has not that Irish patriotism which it showed in the days of the National Irish Parliament (1782 to 1800), and while there is thus less of a common national feeling to draw rich and poor together, the strife of landlords and tenants has continued, irritating the minds of both parties, and gathering them into two hostile camps. As everybody knows, the Nationalists' agitation has been intimately associated with the land agitation, has in fact found a strong motive force in the desire of the tenants to have their rents reduced and themselves secured against eviction. Now, many people in England assumed that an Irish Parliament would be under the control of the tenants and the humbler class generally, and would therefore be hostile to the landlords. They went farther, and made the much bolder assumption that as such a Parliament would be chosen by electors, most of whom were Roman Catholics, it would be under the control of the Catholic priesthood and hostile to Protestants. Thus they supposed that the grant of self-government to Ireland would mean the abandonment of the upper and wealthier class, the landlords and the Protestants, to the tender mercies of their enemies. Such abandonment, it was proclaimed on 1,000 platforms, would be disgraceful in itself, dishonouring to England, a betrayal of the very men who had stood by her in the past, and were prepared to stand by her in the future, if only she would stand by them. It was of course replied by the defenders of the Home Rule Bill that what the so-called English party in Ireland really stood by was their own ascendancy over the Irish masses, an oppressive ascendancy which had caused most of the disorders of the country. As to religion, there were many Protestants besides Mr. Parnell himself among the Nationalist leaders. There was no ill feeling, except in Ulster, between the Protestants and the Roman Catholics in Ireland. There was no reason to expect that either the Catholic hierarchy or the priesthood generally would be supreme in an Irish Parliament, and much reason to expect the contrary. As regards Ulster, where no doubt there were special difficulties due to the bitter antagonism of the Orangemen, not of the Protestants generally, and Catholics, Mr. Gladstone had undertaken to consider any special provisions which could be suggested as proper to meet those difficulties. These replies, however, made little impression. They were pronounced, and pronounced all the more confidently, the more ignorant of Ireland the speaker was, to be too hypothetical. To many Englishmen the case seemed to be one of two hostile factions contending in Ireland for the last 60 years, and that the gift of self-government might enable one of them to tyrannize over the other. True, that party was the majority, and according to the principles of democratic government, therefore entitled to prevail. But it is one thing to admit a principle, and another to consent to its application. The minority had the sympathy of the upper classes in England because the minority contained the landlords. It had the sympathy of a part of the middle class because it contained the Protestants. And of those Englishmen who were impartial, as between the Irish factions, there were some who held that England must in any case remain responsible for the internal peace and the just government of Ireland, and could not grant powers whose possessions might tempt the one party to injustice and the other to resist injustice by violence. There was another anticipation, another forecast of evil to follow, which told most of all upon English opinion. This was the notion that Home Rule was only a stage in the road to complete the separation of the two islands. The argument was conceived as follows: the motive passions of the Irish agitation have all along been hatred towards England and a desire to make Ireland a nation, holding her independent place among the nations of the world. This design was proclaimed by the Young Irelanders of 1848 and by Fenian rebels of 1866. It has been avowed in intervals of candour by the present Nationalists themselves. The grant of an Irish Parliament will stimulate rather than appease this thirst for separate national existence. The nearer complete independence seems, the more will it be desired. Hatred to England will still be an active force, because the amount of control which England retains will irritate Irish pride as well as limit Irish action, while all misfortunes which may befall the new Irish government will be blamed not on its own imprudence but on the English connection. And as the motives for seeking separation will remain, so the prospect of obtaining it will seem better. Agitation will have a better vantage ground in an Irish Parliament than it formerly had among the Irish members of a British legislature, and if actual resistance to the Queen's authority should be attempted, it will be attempted under conditions more favourable than the present, because the rebels will have in their hands the machinery of Irish government, large financial resources, and a prima facie title to represent the will of the Irish people. As against a rebellious party in Ireland, England has now two advantages: an advantage of theory, an advantage of fact. The advantage of theory is that she does not admit Ireland to be a distinct nation, but maintains that the United Kingdom there is but one nation, whereof some inhabit Great Britain and some Ireland. The advantage of fact is that, through her control of the constabulary, the magistrates, the courts of justice, and, in fine, the whole administrative system of Ireland, she can easily quell insurrectionary movements. By creating an Irish Parliament and government she would strip herself of both these advantages. I need hardly say that I do not admit the fairness of this statement of the case, because some of the premises are untrue, and because it misrepresents the nature of the Irish government which Mr. Gladstone's bill would have created. But I am trying to state the case as it was sedulously and skilfully presented to Englishmen, and it told all the more upon English waverers, because the considerations above mentioned seemed, if well founded, to destroy and cut away the chief ground on which Home Rule had been advocated, vis-à-vis that it would relieve England from the constant pressure of Irish discontent and agitation, and bring about a time of tranquillity, permitting good feelings to grow up between the peoples. If Home Rule was, after all, to be nothing more than a half-way house to independence, an Irish Parliament only a means of extorting a more complete emancipation from imperial control, was it not much better to keep things as they are, and go on enduring evils, the worst of which were known already? Hence the advocates of the bill denied not the weight of the argument, but its applicability. Separation, they urged, is impossible, for it is contrary to the nature of things, which indicates that the two islands must go together. It is not desired by the Irish people, for it would injure them far more than it could possibly injure England, since Ireland finds in England the only market for her produce, the only source whence capital flows to her. A small revolutionary party has no doubt conspired to obtain it, but the only sympathy they received was due to the fact that the legitimate demand of Ireland for a recognition of her national feeling and for the management of her own local affairs was contemptuously ignored by England. The concession of that demand will banish the notion even from those minds which now entertain it, whereas its continued refusal may perpetuate that alienation of feeling which is at the bottom of all the mischief, the one force that makes for separation. It is no part of my present purpose to examine these arguments and counter-arguments, but only to show what were the grounds on which the majority of the English voters refused to pronounce in favour of Home Rule Bill. The reader will have observed that the issues raised were not only numerous but full of difficulty. They were issues of fact, involving a knowledge both of the past history of Ireland and of her present state. They were also issues of inference, for even supposing the broad facts to be ascertained, these facts were susceptible of different interpretations, and men might, and did, honestly draw opposite conclusions from them. A more obscure and complicated problem, or rather group of problems, has seldom been presented to a nation for its decision, but the nation did not possess the requisite knowledge. Closely connected as Ireland seemed to be with England, long as Irish question has been a main trouble in English politics, the English and Scottish people know amazingly little about Ireland. Even in the upper class you meet with comparatively few persons who have set foot on Irish soil, and, of course, far fewer who have ever examined the condition of the island and the sources of her discontent. Irish history, which is, no doubt, dismal reading, is a blank page to the English. In January 1886 one found scarce any politicians who had ever heard of the Irish Parliament of 1782, and in that year, 1886, an Englishman anxious to discover the real state of the country did not know where to go for the information. What appeared in the English newspapers, or rather in one English newspaper which keeps a standing own correspondent in Dublin, was, as it still is, a grossly and almost avowedly partisan report, in which opinions are skilfully mixed with so-called facts, selected consciously or unconsciously to support the writer's view. The nationalist press is, of course, not less strongly partisan on its own side, so that not merely an average Englishman, but even the editor of an English newspaper who desires to ascertain the true state of matters and place it in before his English readers, has had, until within the last few months, when even in Ireland began to be fully reported in Great Britain, no better means at his disposal for understanding Ireland than for understanding Bulgaria. I do not dwell upon this ignorance as an argument for Home Rule, though, of course, it is often so used. I merely wish to explain the bewilderment in which Englishmen found themselves when required to settle by their votes a question of immense difficulty. Many on both sides simply followed their party banners. Tories voted for Lord Salisbury. Thoroughgoing admirers of Mr. Gladstone voted for Mr. Gladstone. But there was on the Liberal side a great mass who were utterly perplexed by the position. Contradictory statements of fact, as well as contradictory arguments, were flung at their heads in distracting profusion. They felt themselves unable to determine what was true and who was right, but one thing seemed clear to them: the policy of Home Rule was a new policy. They had been accustomed to censure and oppose it. Only 9 months before, the Irish nationalists had emphasized their hostility to the Liberal party by going their utmost to defeat Liberal candidates in English constituencies. Hence, when it was proclaimed that Home Rule was the true remedy which the Liberal party must accept, they were startled and discomposed. End of section 21. Recording by Mike Botes. Section 22 of Handbook of Home Rule. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. Handbook of Home Rule. Being articles on the Irish question. The Past and Future of the Irish Question. By James Bryce, M.P. Part 2. Now, the English are not nimble-minded people. They cannot, to use a familiar metaphor, turn round in their own length. Their momentum is such as to carry them on for some distance in the direction wherein they have been moving, even after the order to stop has been given. They need time to appreciate, digest, and comprehend a new position. Timid they are not, nor perhaps exceptionally cautious, but they do not like to be hurried, and insist on looking at a proposition for a good while before they come to a decision regarding it. It is one of the qualities which makes them a great people. As has been observed, this position was novel, was most serious, and raised questions which they felt that their knowledge was insufficient to determine. Accordingly, a certain section of the Liberal party refused to accept it. A great number, probably the majority of these doubtful men, abstained from voting. Others voted against the Home Rule Liberal candidates, not necessarily because they condemned the policy, but because, as they were not satisfied that it was right, they did delay a less evil than the committal of a nation to a new departure which might prove irrevocable. It must not, however, be supposed that it was only hesitation which drove many Liberals into host arrayed against the Irish Government Bill. I have already said that among the leaders there were some, and those men of great influence, who condemned its principles. This was true also of a considerable, though a relatively smaller section of the rank and file. And it was only what might have been expected. The proposal to undo much of the work done in 1800, to alter fundamentally the system which had for 86 years regulated the relations of the two islands by setting up a Parliament in Ireland, was a proposal which not only had not formed a part of the accepted creed of the Liberal party, but fell outside party lines altogether. It might, no doubt, be argued, as was actually done, and as those who understand the history of the Liberal party have more and more come to see, that Liberal principles recommended it, since they involved faith in the people, and faith in the curative tendency of local self-government. But this was by no means axiomatic. Taking the whole complicated facts of the case, and taking Liberalism as it had been practically understood in England, a man might, in July 1886, deem himself a good Liberal, and yet think that the true interests of both peoples would be the best served by maintaining the existing parliamentary system. Similarly, there was nothing in the Toryism or Tory principles to prevent a fair-minded and patriotic Tory from approving the Home Rule scheme. It was a return to the older institutions of the monarchy, and not inconsistent with any of the doctrines which the Tory party had been accustomed to uphold. The question, in short, was one of those which cut across ordinary party lines, creating new divisions among politicians, and there might have been, and ought to have been, Liberal Home Rulers and Tory Home Rulers, Liberal opponents of Home Rule and Tory opponents of Home Rule. But here comes in a feature, a natural, but none the less a regrettable feature, of the English party system. As the object of the party in opposition is to turn out the party in power and seat itself in the place, every opposition regards with the strongest prejudice the measures proposed by a ruling ministry. Cases sometimes occur where these measures are so obviously necessary or so evidently approved by the nation that the opposition accepts them. But in general it scans them with a hostile eye. Human nature is human nature, and when the defeat of government can be secured by defeating a government bill, the temptation to the opposition to secure it is irresistible. Now the Tory party is far more cohesive than the Liberal party, far more obedient to its leaders, far less disposed to break into sections, each of which thinks and acts for itself. Accordingly, that division of opinion in the Tory party which might have been expected, and which would have occurred if those who composed the Tory party had been merely so many reflecting men, and not members of a closely compacted political organization, did not occur. Liberals were divided as such a question would naturally divide them. Tories were not divided. They threw their whole strength against the bill. I am far from suggesting that they did so against their consciences. Whatever may be said as to two or three of the leaders whose previous language and conduct seem to indicate that they would themselves, had the election of 1885 gone differently, have been inclined to a Home Rule policy, many of the Tory chiefs, as well as the great mass of the party, honestly disapproved Mr. Gladstone's measure. But their party motives and party affiliations gave it no chance of an impartial verdict at their hands. They went into the jury box with an invincible prepossession against the scheme of their opponents. When all these difficulties are duly considered, and especially when regard is had to those which I have last enumerated, the suddenness with which the new policy was launched, and the fact that, as coming from one party, it was sure beforehand of the hostility of the other, no surprise can be felt at its fate. Those who, in England, now look back over the spring and summer of 1886 are rather surprised that it should come so near succeeding. To have been rejected by a majority of only 30 in Parliament, and of little over 10% of the total number of electors who voted at the general election, is a defeat far less severe than any one who knew England would have predicted. That the decision of the country is regarded by nobody as a final decision goes without saying. It was not regarded as final, even in the first weeks after it was given. This was not because the majority was comparatively small; for a smaller majority the other way would have been conclusive. It is because the country had not time enough for a full consideration and deliberate judgment. The bill was brought in on April 14th. The elections began on July 1st. No one can say what might have been the result of a long discussion, during which the first feelings of alarm (for alarm there was) might have worn off. And the decision is without finality also because the decision of the country was merely against the particular plan proposed by Mr. Gladstone, and not in favour of any alternative plan for dealing with Ireland, most certainly not for the coercive method which has since been adopted. One particular solution of the Irish problem was refused. The problem still stands confronting us, and when other modes of solving it have been in turn rejected, the country may come back to this mode. We may now turn from the past to the future. Yet the account which has been given of the feelings and ideas arrayed against the bill does not wholly belong to the past. They are the feelings to which the opponents of any plan of self-government for Ireland still appeal, and which will have to be removed or softened down before it can be accepted by the English. In particular, the probability of separation, and the supposed dangers to the Protestants and the landlords from an Irish Parliament will continue to form the themes of controversy so long as the question remains unsettled. What are the prospects of its settlement? What is the position which it now occupies? How has it affected the current politics in England? It broke up the Liberal party in Parliament. The vast numerical majority of the party in the country supported and still supports Mr. Gladstone and the policy of Irish self-government. But the dissentient minority includes many men of influence and constitutes in the House of Commons a body of about 70 members who hold the balance between parties. For the present they are leagued with the Tory ministry to resist Home Rule, and their support ensures a parliamentary majority to that ministry. But it is, of course, necessary for them to rally to Lord Salisbury not only for Irish questions, but on all questions, for under our English system a ministry defeated on any serious issue is bound to resign or dissolve Parliament. Now, to maintain an alliance for a special purpose between members of opposite parties is a hard matter. Agreement about Ireland does not of itself help men to agree about foreign policy, or bimetallism, or free trade, or changes in the land laws, or ecclesiastical affairs. When these and other grave questions come up in Parliament, the Tory Ministry and their Liberal allies must, on every occasion, negotiate a species of concordat whereby the liberty of both is fettered. One party may wish to resist innovation, the other to yield to it, or even to anticipate it. Each is obliged to forego something in order to humour the other. Neither has the pleasure or the credit of taking a bold line on its own responsibility. There is, no doubt, less difference between the respective tenets of the great English parties than there was 20 years ago when Mr. Disraeli had not yet completed the education of one party, and economic laws were still revered by the other. But besides its tenets, each party has its tendencies, its sympathies, its moral atmosphere, and these differ so widely as to make the cooperation of Tories and Liberals constrained and cumbrous. Moreover, there are the men to be considered the leaders on each side, whose jealousies, rivalries, suspicions, personal incompatibilities, neither old habits of joint action nor corporate party feeling exist to soften. On the whole, therefore, it is unlikely that the league of these two parties, united for one question only, and that a question which will pass into new phases, can be durable. Either the league will dissolve, or the smaller party will be absorbed into the larger. In England, as in America, third parties rarely last. The attraction of the larger mass is irresistible, and when the crisis which created a split or generated a new group has passed, or the opinion the new group advocates has been either generally discredited or generally adopted, the small party melts away, its older members disappearing from public life, its younger ones finding their career in the ranks of one of the two great standing armies of politics. If the dissentient or anti-Home Rule Liberal party lives till the next general election, it cannot live longer, for at that election it will be ground to powder between the upper and nether millstones of the regular Liberals and the regular Tories. The Irish struggle of 1886 has had another momentous consequence. It has brought the Nationalist and Parnellite party into friend relations with the mass of English Liberals. When the Home Rule party was founded by Mr. Butt some 15 years ago, it had more in common with the Liberal than the Tory party. But as it demanded what both English parties were then resolved to refuse, it was forced into antagonism to both, and from 1877 onward, Mr. Butt being then dead, the antagonism became bitter, and of course specially bitter as toward the statesmen in power, because it was they who continued to refuse that the Nationalists sought. Mr. Parnell has always stated with perfect candour that he and his friends must fight for their own hand, unhampered by English alliances, and getting the most they could for Ireland from the weakness of either English party. This position they still retain. If the Tory party will give them Home Rule, they will help the Tory party. However, as the Tory party has gained office by opposing Home Rule, this contingency may seem not to lie within the immediate future. On the other hand, the Gladstonian Liberals have lost office for their advocacy of the Home Rule, and now stand pledged to maintain the policy they have proclaimed. The Nationalists have, therefore, for the first time since the days immediately following the Union of A.D. 1800, a measure which the Whigs of those days resisted, a great English party admitting the justice of their claim, and inviting them to agitate for it by purely constitutional methods. For such an alliance the English Liberals are hotly reproached, both by the Tories and by the dissentients who follow Lord Harrington and Mr. Chamberlain. They are accused of disloyalty to England. The past acts and words of the Nationalists are thrown in their teeth, and they are told that in supporting the Irish claim they condone such acts, they adopt such words. They reply by denying the adoption, and by pointing out that the Tories themselves were from 1881 till 1886 in a practical and often very close though unavowed parliamentary alliance with the Nationalists in the House of Commons. The student of history will, however, conceive that the Liberals have a stronger and higher defence than any tu quoque. Issues that involve the welfare of peoples are far too serious for us to apply to them the same sentiments of personal taste and predilection which we follow in inviting a dinner party or selecting companions for a vacation tour. If a man has abused your brother or got drunk in the street, you do not ask him to go with you to the Yellowstone Park. But his social offences do not prevent you from siding with him in a political convention. So, in politics itself, one must distinguish between characters and opinions. If a man has shown himself unscrupulous or headstrong, you may properly refuse to vote him into the office, or to sit in the same cabinet with him, because you think these faults of his dangerous to the country. But if the cause he pleads be a just one, you have no right to be prejudiced against it by his conduct. Then a judge has to be swayed by dislike to the counsel who argues a case. There were moderate men in America who, in the days of anti-slavery movement, cited against it the intemperate language of many abolitionists. There were aristocrats in England who, during the struggle for the freedom and unity of Italy, sought to discredit the patriotic party by accusing them of tyrannicide. But the sound sense of both nations refused to be led away by such arguments, because it held those two causes to be their essence righteous. In all revolutionary movements there are elements of excess and violence which sober men may regret, but which must not disturb our judgment as to the substantial merits of an issue. The revolutionist of one generation is, like Garibaldi or Mazzini, the hero of the next, and the verdict of posterity applauds those two even in his own day, were able to discern the justice of the cause under the errors or faults of its champion. Doubly is the duty of a great and far-sighted statesman not to be repelled by such errors, when he can, by espousing a revolutionary movement, purify it of its revolutionary character, and turn it into a legitimate constitutional struggle. This is what Mr. Gladstone has done. If his policy be in itself dangerous and disloyal to the true interests of the people of our islands, let it be condemned. But if it be the policy which has the best promise for the peace, the prosperity, and the mutual good will of those people, he and those who follow him would be culpable indeed were they to be deterred by the condemnation which they have so often expressed, and which they still express for some of the past acts of a particular party, from declaring that the aims of that party were substantially right aims, and from now pressing upon the country what their conscience approves. However, as the Home Rule Liberals and Nationalists taken together are in a minority, although a minority which obtains recruits at many by-elections. In the present Parliament it is not from them that fresh proposals are expected. They will, of course, continue to speak, write, and agitate on behalf of the views they hold, but practical attempt to deal with Irish troubles must for the present come from the Tory Ministry, for in the English system of government those who command a parliamentary majority are responsible for legislation as well as administration, and are censured not merely if their legislation is bad, but if it is not forthcoming when events call for it. Why, it may be asked, should Lord Salisbury's government burn its fingers over Ireland, as so many governments have burned their fingers before? Why not let Ireland alone, give in to foreign affairs and to English and Scottish reforms all the attention which these too much neglected matters need? Well, would it be for England as well as for English ministries if Ireland could be simply let alone, her maladies left to be healed by the soft, slow hand of nature? But Irish troubles call aloud to be dealt with, and that promptly. They stand in the way of all other reforms, indeed of all other business. Letting alone has been tried, and it had succeeded no better, even in times less urgent than the current, than the usual policy of coercion followed by concession, or concession followed by coercion. There are three aspects of the Irish question, three channels by which the troubles of the distressful island stream down upon us, forcing whoever now rules or may come to rule in England to attempt some plan for dealing with them. I will take them in succession. The first is the parliamentary difficulty. In the British House of Commons, with its 670 members, there are nearly 90 Irish nationalists. They are a well-disciplined body, voting as one man, though capable of speaking enough for 1,000. They have no interest in English or Scotch or colonial or Indian affairs, but only in Irish, and look upon the vote which they have the right of giving upon the former solely as a means of furthering their own Irish aims. They are, therefore, in the British Parliament not merely a foreign body indifferent to the great British and imperial issues confined to it, but a hostile body opposed to its present constitution, seeking to discredit it in its authority over Ireland, and to make more and more palpable and incurable the incompetence for Irish business whereof they accuse it. Several modes of doing this are open to them. They may, as some of the more actively bitter among them did in Parliaments of 1874 and 1880, obstruct business by long and frequent speeches, dilatory motions, and all those devices which in America are called filibustering. The House of Commons may, no doubt, try to check these tactics by more stringent rules of procedure, but the attempts already made in this direction have had but slight success, and every restriction of debate, since it trenches on the freedom of English and Scotch no less than of Irish members, injures Parliament as a whole. They may disgust the British people with the House of Commons by keeping it, as they have done in former years, so constantly occupied with Irish business as to leave it little time for English and Scotch measures. They may throw the weight of their collective vote into the scale of one or other British party, according to the amount of concession it will make to them, or, by always voting against the ministry of the day, they may cause frequent and sudden changes of government. This plan also they have followed in time past. For the moment it is not so applicable, because the Tories and dissentient Liberals, taken together, possess a majority in the House of Commons. But at any moment the alliance of whose two sections may vanish, or another general election may leave Tories and Liberals so nearly balanced that the Irish vote could turn the scale. Whoever reflects on the nature of parliamentary government will perceive that it is based on the assumption that the members of the ruling assembly, however much they may differ on other subjects, agree in desiring the strength, dignity, and welfare of the assembly itself, and in caring for the main national interests which it controls. He will therefore be prepared to expect countless and multiform difficulties in working such a government, where a large section of the assembly seeks not to use, but to make useless, its forms and rules, not to preserve, but to lower and destroy its honour, its credit, its efficiency. In vain are Irish members blamed for these tactics, for they answer that the interests of their own country requires them to seek first her welfare, which can in their view be secured only by removing her from the direct control of what they deem a foreign assembly. Now that the demand for Irish self-government has obtained the sympathy of the bulk of English Liberals, they are unlikely forthwith to resume the systematic obstruction of past years, but they will be able, without alienating their English friends, to render the conduct of parliamentary business so difficult that every English ministry will be forced either to crush them, if it can, or to appease them by a series of concessions. End of section 22. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 23 of Handbook of Home Rule. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. Handbook of Home Rule, being Articles on the Irish Question. The Past and Future of the Irish Question, by James Bryce, M.P. Part 3. The second difficulty is that of maintaining social order in Ireland. What that difficulty is, and whence it arises, every one knows. It is chronic, but every second or third winter, when there has been a wet season, or the price of livestock declines, it becomes specially acute. The tenants refuse to pay rents which they declare to be impossible. The landlords, or the harsher among them, try to enforce rents by evictions. Evictions are resisted by outrages and boycotting. Popular sentiment supports those who commit outrages, because it considers the tenantry to be engaged in a species of war, a righteous war, against the landlord. Evidence can seldom be obtained, and juries acquit in the teeth of evidence. Thus The enforcement of the law strains all the resources of authority, while a habit of lawlessness and discontent is transmitted from generation to generation. Of the remedies proposed for this chronic evil, the most obvious is the strengthening of the criminal law. We have been trying this for more than 100 years, since white boyism appeared, and trying it in vain. Since the Union, coercion acts of more or less severity have been almost always in force in Ireland, passed for 2 or 3 years, then dropped for a year or two, then renewed in a form slightly varying, but always with the same result of driving the disease in for a time but not curing it. Mr. Gladstone proposed to buy out the landlords, and then leave an Irish Parliament to restore social order, with that authority which it would derive from having the will of the people behind it, because he held that when the people felt the law to be of their own making and not imposed from without, their sentiment would be enlisted on its side, and the necessity for a firm government recognized. This plan has, however, been rejected, so the choice was left of a fresh Coercion Act, or of some scheme, necessarily a costly scheme, for getting rid of the source of trouble by transferring the land of Ireland to the peasantry. The present Government, while guided by Sir M. Hicks Beach, who had some knowledge of Ireland, did its best to persuade the landlords to accept reduced rents, while the Nationalist leaders, on their side, sought to restrain the people from outrages. But the armistice did not last. The Ministry yielded to the foolish counsels of its more violent supporters, and entrusted Irish affairs to the hands of a Chief Secretary without previous knowledge of the island. An unusually severe Coercion Act has been brought in and passed by the aid of the dissentient Liberals, and we now see the Act administered with a mixture of virulence and incompetence to which even the dreary annals of Irish misgovernment present few parallels. The feeling of the English people is rising against the policy carried out in their name. So far from being solved, the problem of social order becomes every day more acute. There remains the question of a reform of local government. For many years past, every English ministry has undertaken to frame a measure creating a new system of popular rural self-government in England. It is the first large task of domestic legislation which we ask from Parliament. When such a scheme is proposed, can Ireland be left out of it? Should she be left out, the argument that she is being treated unequally and unfairly as compared with England would gain immense force, because the present local government of Ireland is admittedly less popular, less efficient, altogether less defensible than even that of England, which we are going to reform. If, therefore, the theory that the Imperial Parliament is both anxious and able to do its duty by Ireland is to be maintained, Ireland too must have her scheme of a local government. And a scheme of local government is a large project, the discussion of which must pass into a discussion of the government of the island as a whole. Since, then, we may conclude that whatever ministry is in power will be bound to take up the state of Ireland, since Parliament and the nation will be occupied with the subject during the coming session, fully as much as they have been during those that have recently passed. The next inquiry is, what will the tendency of opinion and legislation be? Will the reasons and forces described above bring us the Home Rule? And if so, when, how, and why? There are grounds for answering these questions in the negative. A majority of the House of Commons, including the present Ministry and such influential Liberals as Mr. Bright, Lord Hartington, Mr. Chamberlain, stand pledged to resist it, and it seems such is the passion which controversy engenders, more disposed to resist it than they were in 1885. But this ground is less strong than it may appear. We have had too many changes of opinion, and of action too, upon Irish affairs not to be prepared for further changes. A ministry in power learns much which an opposition fails to learn. Home Rule is an elastic expression, and some of those who were loudest in denouncing Mr. Gladstone's bill will find it easy to explain, should they bring in a bill of their own for giving self-government to Ireland, that their measure is a different thing and free from the objections brought against his. Nor, if such a conversion should come, need it be deemed a dishonest one, for events are potent teachers, and governments now seek rather to follow than to form opinion. Although a decent interval must be allowed, no one will be astonished if the Tory leaders should move ere long in the direction indicated. Toryism itself, as has been remarked already, contains nothing opposed to the idea. Far greater obstacles exist in the aversion which, as already observed, so many Englishmen of both parties have entertained for any scheme which should seem to leave the Protestant minority at the mercy of the peasant and Roman Catholic majority, and to carry us some way toward the ultimate separation of the islands. These alarms are genuine and deep-seated. One who, like the present writer, thinks them, if not baseless, yet immensely overstrained, is, of course, convinced that they may be allayed. But time must first pass, and the plan that is to allay them may have to be framed on somewhat different lines from those of Mr. Gladstone's measure. It is even possible that a conflict more sharp and painful than any of recent years may intervene before a settlement is reached. Nevertheless, great as are the obstacles in the way, bitter as are the reproaches with which Mr. Gladstone is pursued by the richer classes in England, there is good reason to believe that the current is setting towards his policy. In proceeding to state the grounds for this view, I must frankly own that I am no longer, as in most of the preceding pages, merely setting forth facts on which impartial men in England would agree. The forecast which I seek to give may be tinged by my own belief that the grant of self-government is the best, if not the only method now open to us of establishing peace between the islands, relieving the English Parliament of work it is ill fitted to discharge, allowing Ireland opportunities to learn those lessons in politics which her people so much need. The future, even the near future, is more than usually dim. Yet, if we examine those three branches of the Irish question which have been enumerated above, we shall see how naturally in each of them the concession of self-government seems to open, I will not say the most direct, but the least dangerous way out of our troubles. The parliamentary difficulty arises from the fact that the representatives of Ireland have the feelings of foreigners sitting in a foreign assembly, whose honour and usefulness they do not desire. While these are their feelings, they cannot work properly in it, and it cannot work properly with them. The inconvenience may be endured, but the English will grow tired of it, and be disposed to rid themselves of it, if they see their way to do so without greater mischief. There are but two ways out of this difficulty. One is to get rid of the Irish members altogether. The other is to make them, by the concession of their just demands, contented and loyal members of a truly united Parliament. The experience of the Parliament of 1880, which was mainly occupied with Irish business, and began, being a strongly Liberal Parliament, with a bias toward the Irish Popular Party, showed how difficult it is for a House of Commons, which is ignorant of Ireland, to legislate wisely for it. In the House of Lords there is not a single nationalist. Indeed, up till 1886, that exalted chamber contained only one peer, Lord Dalhousie, former member for Liverpool, who had ever said a word in favour of Home Rule. The more the England becomes sensible, as she must become sensible, of the deficiencies of the present machinery for appreciating the needs and giving effect to the wishes of Irishmen, the more disposed will she be to grant them some machinery of their own. As regards social order, I have shown that the choice which lies before the opponents of Home Rule is either to continue the policy of coercing the peasantry by severe special legislation, or to remove the source of friction by buying out the landlords for the benefit of the tenants. The present Ministry have chosen the former alternative, but they dangle before the eyes of their supporters some prospect that they may ultimately revert to the latter. Now, the only way that has yet been pointed out of buying out the landlords, without imposing tremendous liabilities of loss upon the British Treasury, is the creation of a strong Home Rule government in Dublin. Supposing, however, that some other plan could be discovered which would avoid the fatal objections to which an extension of the plan of the Salisbury Land Purchase Act of 1885 is open, such a plan would remove one of the chief objections to an Irish Parliament, by leaving no estates for such a Parliament to confiscate. As for coercion, every day, I might say, every by-election shows us how it becomes more and more odious to the British democracy. They dislike severity. They dislike the inequality involved in passing harsher laws for Ireland than those that apply to England and Scotland. They find themselves forced to sympathize with acts of violence in Ireland which they would condemn in Great Britain, because these acts seem the only way of resisting harsh and unjust laws. When the recoil comes, it will be more violent than in former days. The wish to discover some other course will be very strong, and the obvious other course will be to leave it to an Irish authority to enforce social order in its own way, probably a more rough and ready way than that of British officials. The notion which has possessed most Englishmen, that Irish self-government would be another form of anarchy, is curiously erroneous. Conflicts there may be, but a vigorous rule will emerge. Lastly, as to local government, if a popular system is established in Ireland, one similar to that which it is proposed to establish in England, the control of its assemblies and officials will, over 4/5 of the island, fall into national hands. Their power will be enormously increased, for they will then command the machinery of administration and the power of taxing. What with taxing landlords, aiding recalcitrant tenants, stopping the wheels of any central authority which may displease or oppose them, they will be in so strong a position that the creation of an Irish Parliament may appear to be a comparatively small further step, may even appear, as the wisest nationalists now think it would prove, in the light of a check upon the abuse of local powers. These eventualities will unquestionably, when English opinion has realized them, make such a Parliament as the present pause before it commits rural local government to the Irish democracy. But it could not refuse to do something, and if it tried to restrain popular representative bodies by the veto of a bureaucracy in Dublin, there would arise occasions for quarrel and irritation more serious than now exist. Those who once began to repair an old and tottering building are led on, little by little, into changes they did not at starting contemplate. So it will be, if once the task is undertaken of reforming the confessedly bad and indefensible system of Irish administration. We may stop at some half-way house on the way, but Home Rule stands at the end of the road. Supposing, then, that the Nationalist party, retaining its present strength and unity, perseveres in its present demands, there is every prospect that these demands will be granted. But will it persevere? There are among the English dissentients those who prophesy that it will break up, as such parties have broken up before, will lose hope and wither away. Or the support of the Irish peasantry may be withdrawn, a result which some English politicians expect from a final settlement of land question in the interest of the tenants. Any of these contingencies is possible, but at present most improbable. The moment when long-cherished aims begin to seem attainable is not that at which men are disposed to abandon them. There are, however, other reasons which suggest the likelihood of a change in English sentiment on the whole matter. The surprise with which the Bill of last April was received has worn off. The alarm is wearing off too. Those who set their teeth at what seemed to them a surrender to the Parnellites and the Irish-American allies, having relieved their temper by an emphatic "no," have begun to ponder things more calmly. The English people are listening to the arguments from Irish history that are now addressed to them. They will be moved by solid grounds of policy which that history suggests, will understand that what they have deemed incessant hatred is the natural result of long misgovernment, and will disappear with time and the removal of its causes. Many of best minds of both nations will be at work to discover some method of reconciling Irish self-government with imperial supremacy and union free from the objections brought against the bills of 1886. It is reasonable to expect that they may greatly improve upon these measures, which were prepared under pressure from a clamorous opposition. What Mr. Disraeli once called the historical conscience of the country will appreciate those great underlying principles to which Mr. Gladstone's policy appeals. It has been accused of being a policy of despair, and may have commended itself to some who supported it as being simply a means of ridding England of responsibility. But to others it seemed, and more truly, a policy of faith, not indeed of thoughtless optimism, but of faith according to the definition which calls it the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Faith, by which nations as well as men must live, means nothing less than a conviction that great principles, permanent truths of human nature, lie at the bottom of all sound politics and ought to be boldly and consistently applied, even when temporary difficulties surround their application. Such a principle is the belief in the power of freedom and self-government to cure the faults of a nation, in the tendency of responsibility to teach wisdom, and to make men see that justice and order are the surest sources of prosperity. Such a principle is the perception that national hatred do not live on of themselves, but will expire when oppression is ceased, as a fire burns out without fuel. Such a principle is the recognition of the force of national sentiment, and of the duty of allowing it all the satisfaction that is compatible with the maintenance of imperial unity. Such again is the appreciation of those natural economic laws which show that nations, when disturbing passions have ceased, follow their own permanent interests, and that an island which finds its chief market in England and draws its capital from England will prefer a connection with England to the poverty and insignificance of isolation. It is the honour of Mr. Gladstone to have built his policy of conciliation upon principles like these, as upon a rock, and already the good effects are seen in the new friendliness which has arisen between the English masses and the people of Ireland, and in the better temper with which, despite the acrimony of some prominent politicians, the relations of the two peoples are discussed. When one looks round the horizon, it is still far from clear, nor can we say from which quarter fair weather will arrive, but the air is fresher and the clouds are breaking overhead. Postscript. What has happened since the above paragraphs were written, 10 months ago, has confirmed more quickly and completely than the writer expected the forecast they contain. Home Rule is no longer a word of terror, even to those English and Scotch voters who were opposed to it in July 1886. Most sensible men in the Tory and dissentient Liberal camps have come to see that it is inevitable, and, while they continue to resist it for the sake of what is called consistency, are because they do not yet see in what form it is to be granted. They are disposed to regard its speedy arrival as the best method of retreat from an indefensible position. The repressive policy which the present Ministry are attempting in Ireland, for in the face of their failures one cannot say that they are carrying out any policy, is rendering Coercion Acts more and more detested by the English people. The actualities of Ireland, the social condition of her peasantry, the unwisdom of the dominant caste, the incompetence of the bureaucracy which affects to rule her, are being, by the full accounts we now receive, brought home to mind of England and Scotland as they never were before, and produce their appropriate effect upon the heart and conscience of the people. The recognition by the Liberal party of the rights of Ireland, the visits of English Liberals to Ireland, the work done by Irishmen in English constituencies, are creating a feeling of unity and reciprocal interest between the masses of the people on both sides of the Channel without example in the 700 years that have passed since Strongbow's landing. This was the thing most needed to make Home Rule safe and full of promise, because it affords a guarantee that in such political contests as may arise in the future, the division will not be as heretofore between the Irish people on the one side and the power of Britain on the other, but between two parties, each of which will have adherents in both islands. We may now at last hope that national hatreds will vanish, that England will unlearn her arrogance and Ireland her suspicion, that the basis is being laid for a harmonious cooperation of both nations in promoting the welfare and greatness of a common empire. Many of the Irish patriots of 1798 and 1848 desired separation because they thought that Ireland, attached to England, could never be more than the obscure satellite of a greater state. When Ireland has been heartily welcomed by the democracy of Great Britain as an equal partner, the ground for any such desire will have disappeared, and union will rest on a foundation firmer than has ever before existed. Ireland will feel, when those rights of self-government have been secured for which she has pleaded so long, that she owes them not only to her own tenacity and courage, but to the magnanimity, the justice, the freely given sympathy of the English and Scottish people. October 1887. End of section 23. Recording by Mike Botes.
Section 24 of Handbook of Home Rule. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Handbook of Home Rule. Being articles on the Irish question. Some arguments considered by John Morley, MP. Footnote. The following pages, with one or two slight alterations, are extracted, by the kind permission of Mr. James Knowles, from two articles which were published in the 19th century at the beginning of the present year, in reply to Professor Dicey's statement of the English case against Home Rule. And footnote. It is a favorite line of argument to show that we have no choice between the maintenance of the Union and the concession to Ireland of national independence. The evils of Irish independence are universally reckoned by Englishmen to be so intolerable that we shall never agree to it. The evils of Home Rule are even more intolerable still. Therefore, it is said, if we shall never willingly bring the latter upon our heads, A fortiori, we ought on no account to invite the former. The business in hand, however, is not a theorem, but a problem. It is not a thesis to be proved, but a malady to be cured, and the world will thank only the reasoner who winds up, not with QED, but with QEF. To reason that a patient ought not to take a given medicine because it may possibly cause him more pain than some other medicine which he has no intention of taking, is curiously oblique logic. The question is not oblique, it is direct. Will the operation do more harm to his constitution than the slow corrosions of a disorder grown inveterate? Are the conditions of the connection between England and Ireland, as laid down in the Act of Union, incapable of improvement? Is the present working of these conditions more prosperous and hopeful, or happier for Irish order and for English institutions, than any practicable proposal that it is within the compass of statesmanship to devise, and of civic sense to accept and to work? That is the question. Some people contend that the burden of making out a case rests on the advocate of change, and not on those who support things as they are. But who supports things as they are? Things as they are have become insupportable. If you make any of the constitutional changes that have been proposed, we are told, parliamentary government, as Englishmen now know it, is at an end. And our critic stands amazed at those who deem it a slighter danger to innovate on the Act of Union than to remodel the procedure of the House of Commons, as if that were the alternative. Great changes in the rules may do other good things, but no single competent authority believes that in this particular they will do the thing that we want. We cannot avoid constitutional changes. It is made matter of crushing rebuke that the Irish proposals of the late government were an innovation on the old constitution of the realm. But everybody knows that, while ancient forms have survived, the last 100 years have witnessed a long succession of silent but most profound innovations. It was short-sighted to assume that the redistribution of political power that took place in 1884-5 was the last chapter of the history of constitutional change. It ought to have been foreseen that new possessors of power, both Irish and British, would press for objects the pursuit of which would certainly involve further novelties in the methods and machinery of government. Every given innovation must be rigorously scrutinized, but in the mere change or in the fact of innovation there is no valid reproach. When one of the plans for the better government of Ireland is described as depriving parliamentary institutions of their elasticity and strength, as weakening the executive at home, and lessening the power of the country to resist foreign attack, no careful observer of the events of the last 7 years can fail to see that all this evil has already got its grip upon us. Mr. Dicey himself admits it. Great Britain, he says, if left to herself, could act with all the force, consistency, and energy given by unity of sentiment and community of interests. The obstruction and the uncertainty of our political aims, the feebleness and inconsistency with which they are pursued, arise in part at least from the connection with Ireland. So then, after all, it is feebleness and inconsistency, not elasticity and strength, that mark our institutions as they stand. Feebleness and inconsistency, distraction and uncertainty. The supporter of things as they are is decidedly as much concerned in making out a case as the advocate of change. The strength of the argument from nationality is great, and full of significance, but nationality is not the whole essence of either the argument from history or the argument from self-government. Their force lies in considerations of political expediency as tested by practical experience. The point of the argument from the lessons of history is that for some reason or another the international concern, whose unlucky affairs we are now trying to unravel, has always been carried on at a loss. The point of the argument from self-government is that the loss would have been avoided if the Irish shareholders had for a certain number of the transactions been more influentially represented on the board. That is quite apart from the sentiment of pure nationality. The failure has come about, not simply because the laws were not made by Irishmen as such, but because they were not made by the men who knew most about Ireland. The vice of the connection between the two countries has been the stupidity of governing a country without regard to the interests or customs, the peculiar objects and peculiar experiences of the great majority of the people who live in it. It is not enough to say that the failures of England in Ireland have to a great extent flowed from causes too general to be identified with the intentional wrongdoing either of rulers or of subjects. We readily admit that, but it is not the point. It is not enough to insist that James I, in his plantations and transplantations, probably meant well to his Irish subjects. Probably he did. That is not the question. If it is absolutely certain that his policy worked gross wrong, what is the explanation and the defense? We are quite content with Mr. Dicey's own answer. Ignorance and want of sympathy produced all the evils of cruelty and malignity. An intended reform produced injustice, litigation, misery, and discontent. The case is noticeable, for it is a type of 1,000 subsequent English attempts to reform and improve Ireland. This description would apply, with hardly a word altered, to the wrong done by the Encumbered Estates Act in the reign of Queen Victoria. That memorable measure, as Mr. Gladstone said, was due not to the action of a party, but to the action of a Parliament. Sir Robert Peel was hardly less responsible for it than Lord John Russell. "We produced it," said Mr. Gladstone, "with a general, lazy, uninformed, and irreflective good intention of taking capital to Ireland. What did we do? We sold the improvements of the tenants." House of Commons, April 16. It is the same story, from the first chapter to the last. In education, poor law, public works, relief acts, even in coercion acts, lazy, uninformed, and irreflective good intention. That is the argument from history. When we are asked what good law an Irish Parliament would make that could not equally well be made by the Parliament at Westminster, this is the answer. It is not the will, it is the intelligence that is wanting. We all know what the past has been. Why should the future be different? It is an inherent condition of human affairs, said Mill in a book which, in spite of some chimeras, is a wholesome corrective of the teaching of our new jurists, that no intention, however sincere, of protecting the interests of others can make it safe or salutary to tie up their own hands. Still more obviously true is it, that by their own hands only can any positive and durable improvement of their circumstances in life be worked out. Representative Government, page 57. It is these wise lessons from human experience to which the advocate of Home Rule appeals, and not the wild doctrine that any body of persons claiming to be united by a sense of nationality possesses an inherent and divine right to be treated as an independent community. It is quite true that circumstances sometimes justify a temporary dictatorship, in that there is nothing at variance with liberalism. But the parliamentary dictatorship in Ireland has lasted a great deal too long to be called temporary, and its stupid shambling operations are finally and decisively condemned by their consequences. That is a straightforward utilitarian argument, and has nothing whatever to do with inherent and divine rights, or any other form of political moonshine. There are some who believe that an honest centralized administration of impartial officials, and not local self-government, would best meet the real wants of the people. In other words, everything is to be for the people, nothing by the people, which has not hitherto been a liberal principle. Something, however, may be said for this view, provided that the source of the authority of such an administration be acceptable. Austrian administration in Lombardy was good rather than bad, yet it was hated and resisted because it was Austrian and not Italian. No rational person can hold for an instant that the source of a scheme of government is immaterial to its prosperity. More than that, when people look for success in the government of Ireland to honest centralized administration, we cannot but wonder what fault they find with the administration of Ireland today in respect of its honesty or its centralization. What administration ever carried either honesty or centralization to a higher pitch than the Irish administration of Mr. Forster? What could be less successful? Those who have been most directly concerned in the government of Ireland, whether English or Irish, even while alive to the perils of any other principle, habitually talk of centralization as the curse of the system. Here, again, why should we expect success in the future from a principle that has so failed in the past? Again, how are we to get a strong centralized administration in the face of a powerful and hostile parliamentary representation? It is very easy to talk of the benefits that might have been conferred on Ireland by such humanity and justice as was practised by Turgot in his administration of the Generality of Limoges. But Turgot was not confronted by 86 Limousin members of an active sovereign body, all interested in making his work difficult, and trusted by a large proportion of the people of the province with that as their express commission. It is possible to have an honest centralized administration of great strength and activity in India, but there is no parliament in India. If India, or any province of it, ever gets representative government and our parliamentary system, from that hour, if there be any considerable section of India feeling adverse from European rule, the present administrative system will be paralyzed, as the parliamentary to being revolutionized. It is conceivable, if anyone chooses to think so, that a body of impartial officials could manage the national business in Ireland much better without the guidance of public opinion and common sentiment than with it. But if you intend to govern the country as you think best, and that is the plain and practical English of centralized administration, why ask the country to send 100 men to the great tribunal of supervision to inform you how it would like to be governed? The executive cannot set them aside as if they were 100 dummies, in refusing to be guided. It cannot escape being harassed by them. You may amend procedure, but that is no answer, unless you amend the Irish members out of voice and vote. They will still count. You cannot gag and muzzle them effectually, and if you could, they would still be there, and their presence would still make itself incessantly felt, partly from a natural desire to lessen the common difficulties of government, and partly from a consciousness due to the prevailing state of the modern political atmosphere, that there is something wrong in this total alienation of an executive from the possessors of parliamentary power. The officials will incessantly be tempted to make tax out of their own course, and thus they lose the coherency and continuity of absolutism without gaining the pliant strength of popular government. This is not a presumption of what would be likely to happen, but an account of what does happen. and what justified Mr. Disraeli in adding a weak executive to the alien church and the absentee aristocracy, as the three great curses of Ireland. Nothing has occurred since 1844 to render the executive stronger, but much to the contrary. There is, and there can be, no weaker or less effective government in the world than a highly centralized system working alongside of a bitterly inimical popular representation. I say nothing of the effect of the fluctuations of English parties on Irish administration. I say nothing of the tendency in an Irish government, awkwardly alternating with that to which I have just adverted, to look over the heads of the people of Ireland, and to consider mainly what will be thought by the ignorant public in England. But these sources of incessant perturbation must not be left out. The fault of Irish centralization is not that it is strong, but that it is weak. Weak it must remain until Parliament either approves of the permanent suspension of the Irish writs, or else devises constitutional means for making Irish administration responsible to Irish representatives. If experience is decisive against the policy of the past, experience, too, all over the modern world, indicates the better direction for the future. I will not use my too scanty space in repeating any of the great wise commonplaces in praise of self-government. Here they are superfluous. In the case of Ireland, they have all been abundantly admitted in a long series of measures, from Catholic emancipation down to Lord O'Hagan's jury law and the Franchise and Redistribution Acts of a couple of years ago. The principle of self-government has been accepted, ratified, and extended in 100 ways. It is only a question of the form that self-government shall take. Against the form proposed by the late ministry, a case is built up that rests on a series of prophetic assumptions. These assumptions, from the nature of the case, can only be met by a counterstatement of fair and reasonable probabilities. Let us enumerate some of them. 1. It is inferred that, because the Irish leaders have used violent language and resorted to objectionable expedients against England during the last 6 years, they would continue in the same frame of mind after the reasons for it had disappeared. In other words, because they have been the enemies of a government which refused to listen to a constitutional demand. Therefore they would continue to be its enemies after the demand had been listened to. On this reasoning, the effect is to last indefinitely and perpetually, notwithstanding the cessation of the cause. Our position is that all the reasonable probabilities of human conduct point the other way. The surest way of justifying violent language and fostering treasonable designs is to refuse to listen to the constitutional demand. 2. The Irish, we are told, hate the English with an irreconcilable hatred, and would unquestionably use any constitution as an instrument for satisfying their master passion. Irrational hatred, they say, can be treated by rational men with composure. The Czechs of Bohemia are said to be irreconcilable, yet the South Germans bear with their hatred, and if we cannot cure we might endure the antipathy of Ireland. Now, as for the illustration, I may remark that the hatred of the Czechs would be much too formidable for German composure. If the Czechs did not happen to possess a provincial charter and a special constitution of their own, if the Irish had the same, their national dislike, so far as it exists, might be expected to become as bearable as the Germans have found the feeling of the Czechs. But how deep does Irish dislike go? Is it directed against English men, or against an English official system? The answers of every impartial observer to the whole group of such questions as these favor the conclusion that the imputed hatred of England in Ireland has been enormously exaggerated and over-colored by ascendancy politicians for good reasons of their own. That with the great majority of Irishmen it has no deep roots. that it is not one of those passionate international animosities that blind men to their own interests, or lead them to sacrifice themselves for the sake of injuring their foe, and, finally, that it would not survive the amendment of the system that has given it birth. Footnote: the late J.E. Carnes, after describing the clearances after the famine, goes on to say, "I own I cannot wonder that a thirst for revenge should spring from such calamities, that hatred, even undying hatred, for what they could not but regard as the cause and symbol of their misfortunes, English rule in Ireland, should possess the sufferers. The disaffection now so widely diffused throughout Ireland may possibly in some degree be fed from historical traditions and have its remote origin in the confiscations of the 17th century. But all that gives it energy, all that renders it dangerous, may, I believe, be traced to exasperation produced by recent transactions, and more especially to the bitter memories left by that most flagrant abuse of the rights of property and most scandalous disregard of the claims of humanity, the wholesale clearances of the period following the famine." Political Essays, page 198. End footnote. 3. It is assumed that there is a universal desire for separation. That there is a strong sentiment of nationality we of course admit. It is part of the case, and not the worst part. But the sentiment of nationality is a totally different thing from a desire for separation. Scotland might teach our pseudo-Unionists so much as that. Nowhere in the world is the sentiment of nationality stronger, yet there is not a whisper of separation. That there is a section of Irishmen who desire separation is notorious, but everything that has happened since the Government of Ireland Bill was introduced, including the remarkable declarations of Mr. Parnell in accepting the bill, June 7, and including the proceedings at Chicago, shows that the separatist section is a very small one either in Ireland or in America, and that it has become sensibly smaller since, and in consequence of, the proposed concession of a limited statutory constitution. The Irish are quite shrewd enough to know that separation, if it were attainable, and they are well aware that it is not, would do no good to their markets, and to that knowledge, as well as to many other internal considerations, we may confidently look for the victory of strong centripetal over very weak centrifugal tendencies. Even if we suppose these centrifugal tendencies to be stronger than I would allow them to be, how shall we best resist them? By strengthening the hands and using the services of the party which, though nationalist, is also constitutional, or by driving that party also, in despair of a constitutional solution, to swell the ranks of extremists and irreconcilables. 4. Whatever may be the ill feeling towards England, it is at least undeniable that there are bitter internal animosities in Ireland, and a political constitution, our opponents argue, can neither assuage religious bigotry nor remove agrarian discontent. It is true, no doubt, that the old feud between Protestant and Catholic might, perhaps, not instantly die down to the last smouldering embers of it all over Ireland, but we may remark that there is no perceptible bad blood between Protestant and Catholic, outside of one notorious corner. Second, the real bitterness of the feud arose from the fact that Protestantism was associated with an exclusive and hostile ascendancy, which would now be brought to an end. Whatever feeling about what is called Ulster exists in the rest of Ireland, arises not from the fact that there are Protestants in Ulster, but that the Protestants are anti-national. Third, the Catholics would no longer be one compact body for persecuting obscurantists or any other evil purposes. The abatement of the national struggle would allow the Catholics to fall into the two natural divisions of clerical and liberal. What we may be quite sure of is that the feud will never die so long as sectarian pretensions are taken as good reasons for continuing bad government. It is true, again, that a constitution would not necessarily remove agrarian discontent, but it is just as true that you will never remove agrarian discontent without a constitution. Mr. Dicey, on consideration, will easily see why. Here we come to an illustration, and a very impressive illustration it is, of the impotence of England to do for Ireland the good which Ireland might do for herself. Nobody just now is likely to forget the barbarous condition of the broad fringe of wretchedness on the west coast of Ireland. Of this Lord Dufferin truly said in 1880 that no legislation could touch it, that no alteration in the land laws could effectually ameliorate it, and that it must continue until the world's end unless something be contrived totally to change the conditions of existence in that desolate region. Parliament lavishly pours water into the sieve in the shape of relief acts. Even in my own short tenure of office I was responsible for one of these terribly wasteful and profoundly unsatisfactory measures. Instead of relief, what a statesman must seek is prevention of this great evil and strong root of evil. And prevention means a large, though it cannot be a very swift, displacement of the population. But among the many experts with whom I have discussed this dolorous and perplexing subject, I never found one of either political party who did not agree that a removal of the surplus population was only practicable if carried out by an Irish authority, backed by the solid weight of Irish opinion. Any exertion of compulsory power by a British minister would raise the whole countryside in squalid insurrection. Government would become impossible, and the work of transplantation would end in ghastly failure. It is misleading and untrue, then, to say that there is no possible relation between self-government and agrarian discontent, misery, and backwardness. And when Mr. Dicey and others tell us that the British Parliament is able to do all good things for Ireland, I would respectfully ask them how a British Parliament is to deal with the congested districts. Nearly as much may be said of the prevention of the mischievous practice of subdivision. Some contend that the old disposition to subdivide is dying out. Others, however, assure us that it is making its appearance even among the excellent class who purchased their holdings under the Church Act. That act did not prohibit subdivision, but it is prohibited in the Act of 1881. Still the prohibition can only be made effective if operations take place on anything like a great scale, on condition that representative authorities resident on the spot have the power of enforcing it, and have an interest in enforcing it. Some of the pseudo-Unionists are even against any extension of local self-government, and if it be unaccompanied by the creation of a central native authority, they are right. What such people fail to see is that, in resisting political reconstruction, they are at the same time resisting the only available remedies for some of the worst of agrarian maladies. The ruinous interplay between agrarian and political forces, each using the other for ends of its own, will never cease so long as the political demand is in every form resisted. That, we are told, is all the fault of the politicians. Be it so. Then the government must either suppress the politicians outright, or else it must interest them in getting the terms of its land settlement accepted and respected. Home Rule on our scheme was, among other things, part of an arrangement for settling the agrarian feud. It was a means of interposing between the Irish tenant and the British state an authority interested enough and strong enough to cause the bargain to be kept. It is said that the Irish authority would have had neither interest nor strength enough to resist the forces making for repudiation. Would those forces be any less irresistible if the whole body of the Irish peasantry stood, as land purchase minus self-government makes them to stand, directly face to face with the British state? This is a question that our opponents cannot evade, any more than they can evade that other question, which lies unnoticed at the back of all solutions of the problem by way of peasant ownership, whether it is possible to imagine the land of Ireland handed over to Irish men, and yet the government of Ireland kept exclusively and directly by English men. Such a divorce is conceivable under a rule like that of the British in India. With popular institutions it is inconceivable and impossible. 5. It is argued that Home Rule on Mr. Gladstone's plan would not work, because it follows in some respects the colonial system, whereas the conditions at the root of success of the system in the colonies do not exist in Ireland. They are distant, Ireland is near. They are prosperous, Ireland is poor. They are proud of the connection with England, Ireland resents it. But the question is not whether the conditions are identical with those of any colony. It is enough if in themselves they seem to promise a certain basis for government. It might justly be contended that proximity is a more favorable condition than distance. Without it there could not be that close and constant intercommunication which binds the material interests of Ireland to those of Great Britain, and so provides the surest guarantee for union. If Ireland were suddenly to find herself as far off as Canada, then indeed one might be very sorry to answer for the Union. Again, though Ireland has to bear her share of the prevailing depression in the chief branch of her production, it is a great mistake to suppose that outside of the margin of chronic wretchedness in the West and Southwest, the condition not only of the manufacturing industries of the North, but of the agricultural industry in the richer parts of the Middle and South, is so desperately unprosperous as to endanger a political constitution. Under our stupidly centralized system, Irishmen have no doubt acquired the enervating trick of attributing every misfortune, great or small, public or private, to the government. When they learn the lessons of responsibility, they will unlearn this fatal habit, and not before. I do not see, therefore, that the differences in condition between Ireland and the colonies make against Home Rule. What I do see is ample material out of which would arise a strong and predominant party of order. The bulk of the nation are sons and daughters of a church which has been hostile to revolution in every country but Ireland, and which would be hostile to it there from the day that the cause of revolution ceased to be the cause of self-government. If the peasantry were made to realize that at last the land settlement, wisely and equitably made, was what it must inexorably remain, and what no politicians could help them to alter, they would be as conservative as the peasantry under a similar condition in every other spot on the surface of the globe. There is no reason to expect that the manufacturers, merchants, and shopkeepers of Ireland would be less willing or less able to play an active and useful part in the affairs of their country than the same classes in England or Scotland. It will be said that this is mere optimist prophesying, but why is that to be flung aside under the odd name of sentimentalism, while pessimist prophesying is to be taken for gospel? The only danger is lest we should allot new responsibilities to Irishmen with a too grudging and restrictive hand. For true responsibility there must be real power. It is easy to say that this power would be misused, and that the conditions both of Irish society and of the proposed constitution must prevent it from being used for good. It is easy to say that separation would be a better end. Life is too short to discuss that. Separation is not the alternative either to Home Rule or to the status quo. If the people of Ireland are not to be trusted with real power over their own affairs, it would be 100 times more just to England, and more merciful to Ireland, to take away from her that semblance of free government which torments and paralyzes one country, while it robs the other of national self-respect and of all the strongest motives and best opportunities of self-help. The status quo is drawing very near to its inevitable end. The two courses then open will be Home Rule on the one hand, and some shy, bungling, underhand imitation of a Crown colony on the other. We shall have either to listen to the Irish representatives or to suppress them. Unless we have lost all nerve and all political faculty, we shall, before many months are over, face these alternatives. Liberals are for the first. Tories at present incline to the second. It requires very moderate instinct for the forces at work in modern politics to foresee the path along which we shall move, in the interests alike of relief to Great Britain and of a sounder national life for Ireland. The only real question is not whether we are to grant Home Rule, but how. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Handbook of Home Rule. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Handbook of Home Rule, being articles on the Irish question. Lessons of Irish History in the 18th Century by W. E. Gladstone, M.P. Part 1. Ireland, for more than 700 years, has been part of the British territory, and has been, with slight exceptions, held by English arms or governed in the last resort from this side the water. Scotland was a foreign country until 1603, and possessed absolute independence until 1707. Yet, whether it was due to the standing barrier of the sea, or whatever may have been the cause, much less was known by Englishmen of Ireland than of Scotland. Witness the works of Shakespeare, whose mind, unless as to book knowledge, was encyclopedic, and yet who, while he seems at home in Scotland, may be said to tell us nothing of Ireland, unless it is that the uncivil kerns of Ireland are in arms. During more recent times, the knowledge of Scotland on this side the border, which before was greatly in advance, has again increased in a far greater degree than the knowledge of Ireland. It is to Mr. Lecky that we owe the first serious effort, both in his Leaders of Public Opinion and in his History of England in the 18th Century, to produce a better state of things. He carefully and completely dovetailed the affairs of Ireland into English history, and the debt is one to be gratefully acknowledged. But such remedies, addressing themselves in the first instance to the lettered mind of the country, require much time to operate upon the mass, and upon the organs of superficial and transitory opinion, before the final stage, when they enter into our settled and familiar traditions. Meantime, since Ireland threatens to absorb into herself our parliamentary life, there is a greatly enhanced necessity for becoming acquainted with the true state of the account between the islands that make up the United Kingdom, and with the likelihoods of the future in Ireland, so far as they are to be gathered from her past history. That history, until the 18th century begins, has a dismal simplicity about it. Murder, persecution, confiscation, too truly describe its general strain, and policy is, on the whole, subordinated to violence as the standing instrument of government. But after, say, the reign of William III, the element of representation begins to assert itself. Simplicity is, by degrees, exchanged for complexity. The play of human motives, singularly diversified, now becomes visible in the currents of a real public life. It has, for a very long time, been my habit, when consulted by young political students, to recommend them carefully to study the characters and events of the American independence. Quite apart from the special and temporary reasons bearing upon the case, I would now add a twin recommendation to examine and ponder the lessons of Irish history during the 18th century. The task may not be easy, but the reward will be ample. The mainspring of public life had, from a venerable antiquity, lain de jure within Ireland herself. The heaviest fetter upon this life was the law of poynings, the most ingenious device upon record for hamstringing legislative independence, because it cut off the means of resumption inherent in the nature of parliaments such as were those of the three countries. But the law of pointings was an Irish law. Its operation effectually aided, on the civil side, those ruder causes, under the action of which Ireland had lain for 4 centuries usually passive and bleeding at every pore. The main factors of her destiny worked, in practice, from this side the water. But from the reign of Anne, or perhaps from the Revolution onwards, novus secundum nascitur ordo. Of the 3 great nostrums so liberally applied by England, extirpation and persecution had entirely failed, but confiscation had done its work. The great Protestant landlordism of Ireland had been strongly and effectually built up, but, like other human contrivances, while it held Ireland fast, it had also undesigned results. The repressed principle of national life, the struggles of which had theretofore been extinguished in blood, slowly sprang up anew in a form which, though extremely narrow and extravagantly imperfect, was armed with constitutional guarantees, and, the regimen of violence once displaced, these guarantees were sure to operate. What had been transacted in England under Plantagenets and Stuarts was, to a large extent, transacted anew by the Parliament of Ireland in the 18th century. That Parliament, indeed, deserves almost every imaginable epithet of censure. It was corrupt, servile, selfish, cruel. But when we have said all this, and said it truly, there is more to tell. It was alive, and it was national. Even absenteeism, that obstinately clinging curse, though it enfeebled and distracted, could not and did not annihilate nationality. The Irish legislation was, moreover, compressed and thwarted by a foreign executive, but even to this tremendous agent the vital principle was too strong eventually to succumb. Mr. Lecky well observes that the Irish case supplied one of the most striking examples upon record of an unconquerable efficacy in even the most effective Parliament. I am, however, doubtful whether in this proposition we have before us the whole case. This efficacy is not invariably found even in tolerably constructed parliaments. Why do we find it in a parliament of which the constitution and the environment were alike intolerable? My answer is, because that parliament found itself faced by a British influence which was entirely anti-national, and was thus constrained to seek for strength in the principle of nationality. Selfishness is a rooted principle of action in nations not less than in single persons. It seems to draw a certain perfume from the virtue of patriotism, which lies upon its borders. It stalks abroad with a semblance of decency, nay, even of excellence. And under this cover a paramount community readily embraces the notion that a dependent community may be made to exist, not for its own sake, but for the sake of an extraneous society of men. With this idea, the European nations, utterly benighted in comparison with the ancient Greeks, founded their transmarine dependencies. But a vast maritime distance, perhaps aided by some filtration of sound ideas, prevented the application of this theory in its nakedness and rigor to the American colonies of England. In Ireland we had not even the title of founders to allege. Nay, we were, in point of indigenous civilization, the junior people. But the maritime severance, sufficient to prevent accurate and familiar knowledge, was not enough to bar the effective exercise of overmastering power. And power was exercised, at first from without, to support the Pale, to enlarge it, to make it include Ireland. When this had been done, power began, in the 17th century, to be exercised from within Ireland, within the precinct of its government and its institutions. These were carefully corrupted, from the multiplication of the boroughs by James I onwards, for the purpose. The struggle became civil instead of martial, and it was mainly waged by agencies on the spot, not from beyond the Channel. When the rule of England passed over from the old violence into legal forms and doctrines, the Irish reaction against it followed the example. and the legal idea of Irish nationality took its rise in very humble surroundings. If the expression may be allowed, it was born in the slums of politics. Ireland had reached the nadir of political depression when, at and after the Boyne, she had been conquered not merely by an English force but by continental mercenaries. The ascendant Protestantism of the island had never stood so low in the aspect it presented to this country, inasmuch as the Irish Parliament, for the first time, I believe, declared itself dependent upon England, and either did not desire or did not dare to support its champion Molyneux when his work asserting Irish independence was burned in London. It petitioned for representation in the English Parliament, not in order to uplift the Irish people, but in order to keep them down. In its sympathies and in its aims, the overwhelming mass of the population had no share. It was Swift who, by the Drapier's Letters, for the first time called into existence a public opinion flowing from and representing Ireland as a whole. He reasserted the doctrine of Molyneux, and denounced Wood's halfpence not only as a foul robbery, but as a constitutional and as a national insult. The patience of the Irish Protestants was tried very hard, and they were forced, as Sir Charles Duffy states in his vivid book, to purchase the power of oppressing their Roman Catholic fellow countrymen at a great price. Their pension list was made to provide the grants too degrading to be tolerated in England. The Presbyterians had to sit down under the episcopal monopoly, but the enjoyment of that monopoly was not left to the Irish Episcopalians. In the time of Henry VIII, it had been necessary to import an English Archbishop Browne and an English Bishop Bale, or there might not have been a single Protestant in Ireland. It was well to enrich the rolls of the Church of Ireland with the piety and learning of Usher, and to give her in Bedell one name at least, which carries the double crown of the hero and the saint. But after the Restoration, by degrees the practice degenerated, and Englishmen were appointed in numbers to the Irish episcopate in order to fortify and develop by numerical force what came to be familiarly known as the English interest. So that the primate Boulter, during his government of Ireland, complains that Englishmen are still less than one half the whole body of bishops, although the most important sees were, to a large extent, in their hands. The same practice was followed in the higher judicial offices. Fitzgibbon was the first Irishman who became Lord Chancellor. The Viceroy, commonly absent, was represented by Lord Justices, who again were commonly English, and Primate Boulter, a most acute and able man, jealous of an Irish speaker in that character, recommends that the commander of the forces should take his place. When, later on, the Viceroy resided, it was a rule that the Chief Secretary should be an Englishman. On the occasion when Lord Castlereagh was by way of exception admitted to that office, an apology was found for it in his entire devotion to English policy and purposes. His appointment, says Lord Cornwallis, gives me great satisfaction, as he is so very unlike an Irishman. Resources were also found in the military profession, and among the voters for the Union we find the names of 8 English generals. The arrangements under Poyning's law and the commercial proscription drove the iron ever deeper and deeper into the souls of Irishmen. It is but small merit in the Irish Parliament of George I and George II if under these circumstances a temper was gradually formed in and transmitted by them, which might one day achieve the honours of patriotism. It was in dread of this most healthful process that the English government set sedulously to work for its repression. The odious policy was maintained by a variety of agencies, by the misuse of Irish revenue, a large portion of which was unhappily under their control, by maintaining the duration of the Irish House of Commons for the life of the sovereign, and, worst of all, by extending the range of corruption within the walls through the constant multiplication of paid offices tenable by members of Parliament without even the check of re-election on acceptance. Thus, by degrees, those who sat in the Irish houses came to feel both that they had a country and that their country had claims upon them. The growth of a commercial interest in the Roman Catholic body must have accelerated the growth of this idea, as that interest naturally fell into line with the resistance to the English prescriptive laws. But the rate of progress was fearfully slow. It was hemmed in on every side by the obstinate, unyielding pressure of selfish interests, the interest of the established church against the Presbyterians, the interest of the Protestant laity or tithe-payers against the clergy, the bold, unscrupulous interest of a landlord's parliament against the occupier of the soil, which, together with the grievance of the system of tithe-proctors, established in Ireland, through the White Boys, the fatal alliance between resistance to wrong and resistance to law, and supplied there the yet more disastrous facility of sustaining and enforcing wrong under the name of giving support to public tranquillity. Yet, forcing on its way amidst all these difficulties by a natural law in a strange, haphazard, and disjointed method, and by a zigzag movement, there came into existence, and by degrees into steady operation, a sentiment native to Ireland and having Ireland for its vital basis, and yet not deserving the name of Irish patriotism, because its care was not for a nation, but for a sect. For a sect, in a stricter sense than may be at first sight supposed. The battle was not between popery and a generalized Protestantism, though, even if it had been so, it would have been between a small minority and the vast majority of the Irish people. It was not a party of ascendancy, but a party of monopoly that ruled. It must always be borne in mind that the Roman Catholic aristocracy had been emasculated and reduced to the lowest point of numerical and moral force by the odious action of the penal laws, and that the mass of the Roman Catholic population, clerical and lay, remained under the grinding force of many-sided oppression, and until long after the accession of George III had scarcely a consciousness of political existence. As long as the great bulk of the nation could be equated to zero, the episcopal monopolists had no motive for cultivating the goodwill of the Presbyterians, who, like the Roman Catholics, maintained their religion, with the trivial exception of the Regium Donum, by their own resources, and who differed from them in being not persecuted but only disabled. And this monopoly, which drew from the sacred name of religion its title to exist, offered through centuries an example of religious sterility to which a parallel can hardly be found among the communions of the Christian world. The sentiment, then, which animated the earlier efforts of the Parliament might be Irishism, but did not become patriotism until it had outgrown, and had learned to forswear or to forget, the conditions of its infancy. Neither did it, for a long time, acquire the courage of its opinions, for when Lucas, in the middle of the century, reasserted the doctrine of Molyneux and of Swift, the grand jury of Dublin took part against him and burned his book, and the Parliament, prompted by the government, drove him into exile. And yet the smoke showed that there was fire. The infant that confronted the British government in the Parliament House had something of the young Hercules about him. In the first exercises of strength he acquired more strength, and in acquiring more strength he burst the bonds that had confined him. Es machte mir zu eng, ich muss sie fort. The reign of George IV began with resolute efforts of the Parliament not to lengthen, as in England under his grandfather, but to shorten its own commission, and to become septennial. Surely this was a noble effort. It meant the greatness of their country, and it also meant personal self-sacrifice. The Parliament which then existed, elected under a youth of 22, had every likelihood of giving to the bulk of its members a seat for life. This they asked to change for a maximum term of 7 years. This, from session to session, in spite of rejection after rejection in England, they resolutely fought to obtain. It was an English amendment which, on a doubtful pretext, changed 7 years to 8. Without question, some acted under the pressure of constituents, but only a minority of the members had constituents, and popular exigencies from such a quarter might have been bought off by an occasional vote, and could not have induced a war with the executive and with England so steadily continued unless a higher principle had been at work. The triumph came at last, and from 1768 onwards the Commons never wholly relapsed into their former quiescence. True, this was for a Protestant house, constituency, and nation, but ere long they began to enlarge their definition of nationality. Flood and Lucas, the commanders in the real battle, did not dream of giving the Roman Catholics a political existence, but to their own constituents they performed an honorable service and gave a great boon. Those who had insincerely supported the measure became the dupes of their own insincerity. In the very year of this victory, a bill for a slight relaxation of the penal laws was passed, but met its death in England. Other bills followed, and one of them became an act in 1771. A beginning had thus been made on behalf of religious liberty, as a corollary to political emancipation. It was like a little ray of light piercing its way through the rocks into a cavern, and supplying the prisoner at once with guidance and with hope. Resolute action, in withholding or shortening supply, convinced the executive in Dublin and the ministry in London that serious business was intended, and it appeared, even in this early stage, how necessary it was for a fruitful campaign on their own behalf to enlarge their basis and enlist the sympathies of hitherto excluded fellow subjects. End of section 25. Section 26 of Handbook of Home Rule. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Handbook of Home Rule, being articles on the Irish question. Lessons of Irish History in the 18th Century by W. E. Gladstone, M.P. Part 2. It may seem strange that the first beginnings of successful endeavor should have been made on behalf not of the common Protestantism, but of Roman Catholics. But, as Mr. Lecky has shown, the Presbyterians had been greatly depressed and distracted, while the Roman Catholics had now a strong position in the commerce of the country, and in Dublin knocked, as it were, at the very doors of the Parliament. There may also have been an apprehension of republican sentiments among the Protestants of the North, from which the Roman Catholics were known to be free. Not many years, however, passed before the softening and harmonizing effects, which naturally flow from a struggle for liberty, warmed the sentiment of the House in favour of the Presbyterians. A bill was passed by the Irish Parliament in 1778, which greatly mitigated the stringency of the penal laws. Moreover, in its preamble was recited, as a ground for this legislation, that for a long series of years the Roman Catholics had exhibited a uniform, peaceable behaviour. In doing and saying so much, the Irish Parliament virtually bound itself to do more. In this bill was contained a clause which repealed the sacramental test, and thereby liberated the Presbyterians from disqualification. But the bill had to pass the ordeal of a review in England, and there the clause was struck out. The bill itself, though mutilated, was wisely passed by a majority of 127 to 89. Even in this form it excited the enthusiastic admiration of Burke. Nor were the Presbyterians forgotten in the epoch when, in 1779 to 80, England, under the pressure of her growing difficulties, made large commercial concessions to Ireland. The Dublin Parliament renewed the bill for the removal of the sacramental test, and it was carried by the Irish Parliament in the very year which witnessed in London the disgraceful riots of Lord George Gordon, and 48 years before the Imperial Parliament conceded, on this side the Channel, any similar relief. Other contemporary signs bore witness to the growth of toleration, for the Volunteers, founded in 1778, and originally a Protestant body, after a time received Roman Catholics into their ranks. These impartial proceedings are all the more honourable to Irish sentiment in general, because Lord Charlemont, its champion out of doors, and Flood, long the leader of the Independent party in the Parliament, were neither of them prepared to surrender the system of Protestant ascendancy. In order to measure the space which had at this period been covered by the forward movement of liberality and patriotism, it is necessary to look back to the early years of the Georgian period, when Whiggism had acquired a decisive ascendancy, and the spirits of the great deep were let loose against popery. But the temper of proscription in the two countries exhibited specific differences. Extravagant in both, it became in Ireland vulgar and indecent. In England it was Tilburina, gone mad in white satin. In Ireland it was Tilburina's maid, gone mad in white linen. The Lords Justices of Ireland, in 1715, recommended the Parliament to put an end to all other distinctions in Ireland but that of Protestant and Papist. And the years that followed seemed to mark the lowest point of constitutional depression for the Roman Catholic population in particular, as well as for Ireland at large. The Commons, in 1715, prayed for measures to discover any Papist enlisting in the King's service, in order that he might be expelled and punished with the utmost severity of the law. When an oath of abjuration had been imposed which prevented nearly all priests from registering, a bill was passed by the Commons in 1719 for branding the letter P on the cheek of all priests, who were unregistered, with a red-hot iron. The Privy Council disliked this punishment, and substituted for it the loathsome measure by which safe guardians are secured for Eastern harems. The English government could not stomach this beastly proposal, and, says Mr. Lecky, unanimously restored the punishment of branding. The bill was finally lost in Ireland, but only owing to a clause concerning leases. It had gone to England winged with a prayer from the Commons that it might be recommended in the most effectual manner to His Majesty, and by the assurance of the Viceroy in reply that they might depend on his due regard to what was desired. In the same year passed the Act which declared the title of the British Parliament to make laws for the government of Ireland. On the accession of George II, a considerable body of Roman Catholics offered an address of congratulations. It was received by the Lords Justices with silent contempt, and no one knows whether it ever reached its destination. Finally, the acute statecraft of Primate Boulter resisted habitually the creation of an Irish interest, and above all, any capacity of the Roman Catholics to contribute to its formation, and in the first year of George II, a clause was introduced in committee into a harmless bill for the regulation of elections, which disfranchised at a single stroke all the Roman Catholic voters in Ireland, who up to that period had always enjoyed the franchise. It is painful to record the fact that the remarkable progress gradually achieved was in no way due to British influence. For nearly 40 years from the arrival of Archbishop Boulter in Ireland, the government of Ireland was in the hands of the primates. The harshness of administration was gradually tempered, especially in the brief viceroyalty of Lord Chesterfield, but the British policy was steadily opposed to the enlargement of parliamentary privilege, or the creation of any Irish interest, however narrow its basis, while the political extinction of the mass of the people was complete. The pecuniary wants, however, of the government, extending beyond the hereditary revenue, required a resort to the national purse. The demands which were accordingly made, and these alone, supplied the Parliament with a vantage ground and a principle of life. The action of this principle brought with it civilizing and humanizing influences, which had become clearly visible in the early years of George III, and which were cherished by the War of American Independence as by a strong current of fresh air in a close and murky dungeon. The force of principles, and the significance of political achievements, is to be estimated in no small degree by the slenderness of the means available to those who promote them. And the progress brought about in the Irish Parliament is among the most remarkable on record, because it was effected against the joint resistance of a hostile executive and of an intolerable constitution. Of the 300 members, about 2/3 were nominated by individual patrons and by close corporations. What was still worse, the action of the executive was increasingly directed, as the pulse of the national life came to beat more vigorously, to the systematic corruption of the Parliament through pensions and paid offices. In the latter part of the century, more than 1/3 of the members of Parliament were dismissible at pleasure from public emoluments. If the base influence of the executive allied itself with the patriotic party, everything might be hoped. For we must bear in mind not only the direct influence of this expenditure on those who were in possession, but the enormous power of expectancy on those who were not. Conversely, when the government were determined to do wrong, there were no means commonly available of forcing it to do right, in any matter that touched either religious bigotry or selfish interest. With so miserable an apparatus, and in the face of the ever wakeful executive sustained by British power, it is rather wonderful how much rather than how little was effected. I am not aware of a single case in which a measure on behalf of freedom was proposed by British agency and rejected by the Irish Parliament. On the other hand, we have a long list of the achievements of that Parliament due to a courage and perseverance which faced and overcame a persistent English opposition. Among other exploits, it established periodical elections, obtained the writ of habeas corpus, carried the independence of the judges, repealed the Test Act, limited the abominable expenditure on pensions, subjected the acceptance of office from the Crown to the condition of re-election, and achieved, doubtless with the powerful aid of the volunteers, freedom of trade with England, and the repeal of Poynings Act and of the British Act of 1719. All this it did without the manifestation, either within the walls or among the Roman Catholic population, of any disposition to weaken the ties which bound Ireland to the Empire. All this it did, and what had the British Parliament been about during the same period, with its vastly greater means both of self-defence and of action? It had been building up the atrocious criminal code, tampering in the case of Wilkes with liberty of election, and tampering with many other liberties, driving, too, the American colonies into rebellion, while, as to good legislation, the century is almost absolutely blank, until between 1782 and 1793 we have the establishment of Irish freedom, the economical reform of Mr. Burke, the financial reforms of Mr. Pitt, the new libel law of Mr. Fox, and the legislative constitution of Canada, in which both these great statesmen concurred. But we have not yet reached the climax of Irish advancement. When, in 1782 and 1783, the legislative relations of the two countries were fundamentally rectified by the formal acknowledgment of Irish nationality, the beginning of a great work was accomplished, but its final consummation, though rendered practicable and even easy, depended wholly on the continuing good intention of the British Cabinet. The Acts of 1782 and 1783 required a supplemental arrangement to obviate those secondary difficulties in the working of the two legislatures, which supplied Mr. Pitt with his main parliamentary plea for the Union. What was yet more important was the completion of the scheme in Ireland itself, and this under three great heads. 1. The purification of Parliament by a large measure of reform. 2. The abolition of all Roman Catholic disabilities. 3. The establishment of a proper relation between the legislative and executive powers. It is often urged, with cynical disregard to justice and reason, that with the Grattan Parliament we had corruption, coercion, discontent, and finally rebellion. But the political mischiefs, which disfigure the brief life of the Grattan Parliament, and the failure to obtain the two first of the three purposes I have named, were all in the main due to the third grand flaw in the Irish case after 1782. I mean the false position and usually mischievous character of the Irish executive, which, with its army of placemen and expectants in Parliament, was commonly absolute master of the situation. Well does Mr. Swift MacNeill, in his very useful work, quote the words of Mr. Fox in 1797. The advantages, which the form of a free government seemed to promise, have been counteracted by the influence of the executive government and of the British cabinet. There were 5 viceroys between 1782 and 1790. Then came a 6th, Lord Westmoreland, the worst of them all, whose political judgment was on a par with his knowledge of the English language. The great settlement of 1782-83 was in the main worked by men who were radically adverse to its spirit and intention. But they were omnipotent in their control of the unreformed Parliament of Ireland, more and more drenched under their unceasing and pestilent activity with fresh doses of corruption. Westmoreland and his myrmidons actually persuaded Pitt in 1792 that Irish Protestantism and its Parliament were unconquerably adverse to the admission of Roman Catholics to the franchise, but when the proposal was made from the throne in 1793, notwithstanding the latent hostility of the castle, the Parliament passed the bill with little delay and without any serious opposition. The votes against it were 1 and 3 on 2 divisions respectively. A minority of 69 supported, against the government, a clause for extending the measure to seats in Parliament. That clause, lost by a majority of 94, might apparently have been carried but for Dublin Castle by an even larger majority. I shall not here examine the interesting question whether the mission of Lord Fitzwilliam was wholly due to the action of those Whig statesmen who were friendly to the war, but disinclined to a junction with Mr. Pitt, except on condition of a fundamental change in the administration of Ireland. Nor shall I dwell on his sudden, swift, and disastrous recall. But I purpose here to invite attention to the most remarkable fact in the whole history of the Irish Parliament. When the Viceroy's doom was known, when the return to the policy and party of ascendancy lay darkly lowering in the immediate future, this diminutive and tainted Irish Parliament, with a chivalry rare even in the noblest histories, made what can hardly be called less than a bold attempt to arrest the policy of retrogression adopted by the government in London. Lord Fitzwilliam was the declared friend of Roman Catholic emancipation, which was certain to be followed by reform, and he had struck a death blow at bigotry and monopoly in the person of their heads, Mr. Beresford and Mr. Cooke. The Bill of Emancipation was introduced on the 12th of February with only 3 dissentient voices. On the 14th, when the London Cabinet had declared dissent from the proceedings of their Viceroy without recalling him, Sir L. Parsons at once moved an address, imploring him to continue among them, and only postponed it at the friendly request of Mr. Ponsonby. On the 2nd of March, when the recall was a fact, the House voted that Lord Fitzwilliam merited the thanks of that House and the confidence of the people. On the 5th, the Duke of Leinster moved, and the House of Peers carried, a similar resolution. At this epoch I pause. Here there opens a new and disastrous drama of disgrace to England and misery to Ireland. This is the point at which we may best learn the second and the greatest lesson taught by the history of Ireland in the 18th century. It is this, that, awful as is the force of bigotry, hidden under the mask of religion, but fighting for plunder and for power with all the advantages of possession, of prescription, and of extraneous support, there is a David that can kill this Goliath. That conquering force lies in the principle of nationality. It was the growing sense of nationality that prompted the Irish Parliament to develop its earlier struggles for privilege on the narrow ground into a genuine contest for freedom, civil and religious, on a ground as broad as Ireland, nay, as humanity at large. If there be such things as contradictions in the world of politics, they are to be found in nationality on the one side and bigotry of all kinds on the other, but especially religious bigotry, which is of all the most baneful. Whatever is given to the first of these two is lost to the second. I speak of a reasonable and reasoning, not of a blind and headstrong nationality, of a nationality which has regard to circumstances and to traditions, and which only requires that all relations of incorporation or of independence shall be adjusted to them according to the laws of nature's own enactment. Such a nationality was the growth of the last century in Ireland. As each Irishman began to feel that he had a country to which he belonged, and which belonged to him, he was, by a true process of nature, drawn more and more into brotherhood, and into the sense of brotherhood, with those who shared the allegiance and the property, the obligation and the heritage. And this idea of country, once well conceived, presents itself as a very large idea, and as a framework for most other ideas, so as to supply the basis of a common life. Hence it was that on the coming of Lord Fitzwilliam, the whole generous emotion of the country leapt up with one consent, and went forth to meet him. Hence it was that religious bigotry was no longer an appreciable factor in the public life of Ireland. Hence it was that on his recall, and in order to induce acquiescence in his recall, it became necessary to divide again the host that had welcomed him, to put one part of it in array as Orangemen, who were to be pampered and inflamed, and to quicken the self-consciousness of another and larger mass by repulsion and proscription, by stripping Roman Catholics of arms in the face of license and of cruelty, and finally by clothing the extreme of lawlessness with the forms of law. Within the last 12 months we have seen, in the streets of Belfast, the painful proof that the work of Beresford and of Castlereagh has been found capable for the moment of revival. To aggravate or sustain Irish disunion, religious bigotry has been again evoked in Ireland. If the curse be an old one, there is also an old cure, recorded in the grand pharmacopoeia of history, and if the abstract force of policy and prudence are insufficient for the work, we may yet find that the evil spirit will be effectually laid by the gentle influence of a living and working Irish nationality. Quod faxit Deus. End of section 26. End of Handbook of Home Rule, being articles on the Irish question.